Showtime. What's up, guys? Hey, welcome to another Hangout. And right away, thank you, Annie. What's up? You're on mute.
Um, Not much. We're having hot weather.
Is that good?
It's okay. It's nice. I mean, it'll be 75.
Okay.
I mean, it's okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
I saw that series you like the rest of it, where
Mm.
I don't remember the name of the series.
Oh, yeah, the political thing.
Yeah, yeah.
What'd you think? I mean, it was just okay, but
Yeah, it was okay. Yeah. Yeah. It was clear that they were trying to represent some of the political characters in, I guess, before the last election at least.
yeah. Did you think the daughter seemed like anybody?
You said AOC. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, only like really, really vaguely. I don't
Yeah.
know. I mean, yeah. I guess it was just like the young radical energy.
Right.
Like do whatever it
And
takes
yeah,
kind
cutting
of.
corners, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. What else is new than other than your hot weather?
Hot water. What hot water?
Weather.
Oh, yeah. Well, tree pollen because of the sunny days. So there's that. It's been
Nice.
a really slow month. Was it 25th? I've made $1,100. So really bad. Um, and I'm
Yeah.
not sure what it's connected to, but somehow I've been in a good mood. I did my tax report and it only took me like 2 days, like
Only 2 days.
well, not all day, just like,
Yeah. Yeah.
like chunks of focus, and what I thought was interesting about it is that I really, really enjoyed it. Uh,
Okay.
I've It's something that I'm just sort of noticing, like, when I did the complicated dress coat, I still need to do a 3rd iteration of that, I'm just waiting for fabric, but what I enjoyed was how good it feels to focus. So when I did that sewing project, I couldn't even listen to an audiobook while I was doing it because I had to
Right.
concentrate so much.
Yeah. Yeah.
And,
It's
it's the
complicated.
same with a tax report. Like, I'm being really systematic. I'm plugging it into I like generate a report with all the categories. So I'm plugging it into a program, and, you have to be super systematic and really, really focus, and you can't listen to audiobooks or anything like that, and I was getting all these good chemicals from it. And so I'm just
Nice.
realizing that, maybe I need to think about that and find more, I don't know, things that cause me to focus. Because I just noticed that doing that really intensely, it feels good, and then somehow when it's over, it spurs my creativity.
Yeah.
And
Can I see what your second mock-up looked like?
well, no, because it's
Uh,
over there. But I
okay.
will I will do the 3rd. I chose for the 3rd one, this is the one I hope to actually wear. I mean, it looks pretty much like what it's supposed to look like, you know? It's just that I see some of the flaws, and it's all this white fabric, and I never dyed it, so it's just like this white matte mock-up fabric. Yeah, I found a new, fabric outlet because all the fabric stores are changing. So Amazon ate, fabric.com, which was really great, and this national chain we have, Joann Fabrics, is bankrupt now and going out of business. Um, so I found this Fabric Wholesale Direct, and really great prices, and you can get the same fabric over and over. Like, if I have a fabric I like to make shirts out of,
Right.
then I don't wanna only say like, "Oh, I find 2 yards of it and then I can never find it again." I want to reorder, and I wanna order, 20 yards at a time and just have it. Um, so I found this place, and it's great. It's just really slow because I got an email from them and they said, "We're overwhelmed." because everything's shifting in the fabric world, and so it's taking us, longer to process. But it's
Well,
actually
good.
on the
I
it's
got
on the
business.
way. Yeah, but it's coming from New
Yeah.
York, so
Oh,
it's a longer trip to get to
right.
me. Yeah. Yeah,
Cool.
what have you've been always here. Is it just because you changed to Tuesday? They're
No,
always in on.
I'm actually supposed to be over there. I was able to sneak out. And,
Oh, I see.
well, I don't want my phone thing to cut out. It's annoying.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and if you have to, like, I could be more prepared, you know?
Oh, yeah, it's okay. You're
Like, I
good.
mean, I
Yeah,
could actually think of something to present. I don't know, I didn't do it those other times, which I probably should have.
you're good. No, you're good.
Yeah.
It's not your yeah. It's
Mhm.
nice that Hank does do the extra work though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially for the people that like, gifts differing.
Gifts differing?
The book that he is presenting.
Oh, is that what he's presenting next time?
No, that's just what he presented that first time, the Myers-Briggs
Oh, the
thing.
Myers-Briggs one. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, right.
yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Have you read it? Do you know the book? No.
yeah, I mean, I've listened to it. Yeah, I actually did listen to it on Audible, but I was just sort of like tuning it out. It didn't grab my attention. So,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah. What I'm listening to now, I'm listening to a few books right now, but there was that show Silo,
Which
and
silo?
it's yeah, I can't remember which. It might have been HBO. And
Okay.
we got HBO for 1 month just to watch that, and then we turned
Wow.
it off, because we don't wanna have all of the platforms,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
they get too expensive. So I'll go in and out of them, but it's a kind of a futuristic sci-fi post-apocalyptic thing, and I enjoyed it so much, and I found that there's actually 3 books. It's like a triptych thing, and, um the first one, I mean, it's like 18 hours or something, and it's really, really engaging. But it's this whole post-apocalyptic thing. And I don't usually like sci-fi and fantasy, but it's really good. Yeah.
What made it good character stuff or
The character development and just it makes you think like what's going on, what's the truth, what are they hiding? And just
uh,
the way that they lived, like it had to.
what?
Yeah, like they're living in these silos underground and they're told that it's dangerous to go outside, but there's sort of like you don't know. You don't really, is it really dangerous? Is there like trees and blue sky, or is it
Right, is it
really
this
this?
conspiracy?
Is that
Yeah.
the City of Ember?
No, this show Silo that I saw, and then I
Oh,
read the book. I and I mean it's a popular, who wrote this? Hugh Howey. So the first book of it is called Wool, and there's 3 of them. Yeah.
nice. Haven't heard of
Yeah.
it.
How you doing, Dragon?
I'm doing good. I'm really sad to hear that you're saying Joanne Fabrics is bankrupt.
Yeah, they're all closing, all stores closing.
That's terrible.
What's your connection to them? Why do you like them so much, Dragon?
Because if I ever want something fabric related, I have a place I know where to go.
Hmm. Yeah, well, what you have to get good at, and I really have since the pandemic. I actually don't even go to Joann's very often anymore because I find it disappointing. But you have to be familiar with fabrics, so you can shop online. It's just a skill that you have to learn, So when you go to in-person shopping, you can touch the fabric and you can see the drape, and the qualities and the properties of the material. You just have to get good at ordering online, and the best places like this Fabric Wholesale Direct, there's actually a video. So the listings are really good, and they'll have a video of somebody holding it up and shaking it so you can see the drape, and they'll stretch it, to demonstrate is it two-way stretch or four-way stretch, and they give you all the stuff like grams per square meter, um, and the fiber content and all that. There's also fabric on Amazon, but the listings are from all different sellers, and some listings are good and some aren't. Like some of the listings, they just don't give you enough information to make the choice.
Yeah, it sounds really hard. I've been in there a few times, and like there was a few sewing projects I tried to do in the past, but I can't imagine like trying to do anything fabric related online. Having a store where you can just like go and just use your senses just seems so much nicer.
Yeah,
Especially when you don't know junk.
you just get to know it, like I'm looking for find a place with good filters and like just know your fabrics, gabardine, silk,
I
cotton
don't know how you're
lycra. You just have
supposed
to,
to learn those terms. Like,
yeah.
if I like had something in front of me and then someone told me, then I'd have that information. But if I have this idea of like,
How do you get the SI?
yeah, how do you get the SI exactly?
I mean, I have it all. I learned it over time slowly and it's locked in. But sometimes I Google, like I was looking at gabardine, and so I just Googled like what are the properties of gabardine? What is it good for? Because I was considering that for one of my projects.
And
Yeah.
gabardine is a type of fabric that's like what?
It's synthetic, and so you would use it for you could use it for a coat that you want to make for cheaper. Like ideally, the coat that I'm making, I want wool. I would really love to make this in wool, but it would cost me like $300 or $400, so I can't do that. And with gabardine, it might cost 60 or 70 to make it.
My favorite blanket apparently is very packed wool. It's like very, yeah. It's. I've never found another blanket like it. They don't sell them. It's just wool.
Yeah, I mean, Russ has a brown one that he loves. Like at military surplus stores, a lot of times you'll
Yeah.
find wool blankets. I mean, here
No,
in
but
the
like
US.
it's like it's inside a case, like a case or something. Here, let me pull it out. It's like right here,
Yeah.
actually.
How do you know it has wool in it? Did it like come out, or is there like a tag?
One second. My
Now the blanket fell over the other side.
Did it fall down again?
Yes,
Yeah.
it fell. So do you think it's like wool on the inside, but it's covered in cotton or something
Yeah,
like that?
no, it's
Yeah.
covered in some kind of something on the outside, but it's like
Yeah.
it's like it's heavy on the
Mhm.
inside, very heavy. So it's like layers of compressed wool inside.
Yeah. So does that give you like a weighted blanket kind of feeling, like make you feel
Yeah.
secure? Yeah.
And also really warm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but are you so like in your house, so I know it's a desert, so it's cold at night. I mean, but I don't know. I guess it seems like would be really, really warm. I mean, we sleep with the
Overkill.
window open, even if it's like 25 degrees,
You like the
below
fresh air.
freezing. Yeah, we sleep with it open, and so we use really warm blankets. But I would imagine with a blanket like that, I might be hot. I don't know.
Yeah.
It sounds too cold.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, I love the fresh air. Just bundle up.
Do you have
What's
allergies?
your how's your week been, Dragon?
It was successful. I finished the game as good as I was gonna do it, and I'm happy with it. And I submitted
Nice.
it. And
Do we get a demo?
yeah, I can send it to you through Discord if you want. You can play
Can
it
you
on
like
here
share
or
your
something.
screen?
I'm on my phone, so I don't think I can.
All right.
Do you want me
We'll
to
get
send
a
it to
demo.
you through Discord?
Yeah, let's do it. Send it to me through Discord.
Cool.
What else?
I don't think the music would get copywritten or anything, so that should be fine.
Oh, you added like music?
Yeah, it's from a YouTuber I've seen. There we go. This website's so weird.
What kind of fabric did you? Okay, I got your thing. What kind of fabric did you use? Life paths in your game.
I got one comment on it so far on the Game Jam page, and they just said it was like neat, but they didn't like I used real life images. They said I should have drawn it or something.
You could have AI'd it or something. What's this game engine? Godot. Okay.
back.
Hello? Yeah. All right.
It's not much gameplay. It's mostly just like text and
You got the cheesy music. I love it. I'm clicking. I mean, I know you typed it. Just and then you put this in.
yeah.
I get to close it. Pack up. Yay. Okay. Good job, buddy.
Thank you.
Nice. Well, how do you feel? Like,
I don't know how I feel. That's a difficult question.
This is just it's just like a drag and drop. This is the mechanics. Nice.
Yep, you can try putting both in, but it sucks I went out.
I've only have to pick one.
Yep,
Man, well, what good is a game without thing to play it on?
that's not that's a manga.
Oh. Okay, good. All right. Well, took you a week. Good job.
well,
Oh,
I
you
guess
didn't get to the last scene. You didn't spoil it for everyone.
What's that?
You didn't spoil it for everyone. You were like one scene away from being done.
No. Everyone's got to go and click it on their own. Here, let's
Put it in chat.
Yeah.
So I guess when
I
I asked how you feel, I mean, like, how do you feel having completed that?
I don't know. It's like it's nice. It's relieving. Like the stress is gone, and it kind of makes me want to work on something else. But part of
Good.
it felt like a little empty because there wasn't like an instant tribe party, you know?
Oh, there was no Jubilee.
Yeah.
We just gave it to you now. Jubilee. Yay.
Yeah.
But no, it's good because then you know that you can do it and you can go further and do better.
I know I can do it as long as there's a way around the art process. I can do everything else but the art.
Use AI. I'm telling you.
I can't. It's against the jam rules.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Man, those are bad rules.
Yeah. A bunch of liberals. It's a liberal
Yeah.
game jam.
You're gonna have to hire an artist.
Yeah. I don't think I want to spend that money on.
No, not on money. Well, it's a game jam. Artists are doing it voluntarily.
I'd want to find a partner because the jam has a Discord and there's people in there and there's like people make teams and stuff. But I feel like I can't contribute to a team enough, and like trying to become friends with individuals and try to go through that process. I feel like I'd have to do that ahead of time, and then I don't know how to like vet a project friend in a way where I won't have to worry about decider drama or flakiness or like everything else that would go wrong with the people stuff.
You won't find a perfect partner. You'll do trial and error. You'll probably be friends for a year and then have a fight and then find someone else.
You know, that fear is what stopped me my whole life. So
Really?
there was like you not so much anymore, but used to think, oh, it would be so fun to be in a band. You know, when I was in my 20s, and I would do solo stuff. Yeah, I used to just go to bars more when I was, younger. But it's like you hear all these stories about band members not showing up and being flaky, and that always prevented me. I was like, how do I even find these people, and how do I put up with all this bullshit?
I know, right?
So I always just did solo stuff.
Yeah, so I'm trying to get there. I've got some ideas of things I want to like look into. It's crazy how much I learned from such a small project, and it's like feels great in that aspect, but then it's also intimidating because it's like a fraction of like the field itself. Like there's so much more to
chip away, buddy. Next game will be better. The game after that will be better. After that it'll be a bit worse, but then it'll get better again.
Yeah. Reminds me of oh, go ahead.
No, it's all ups and downs. I mean, like if you keep at it, think about where you would be in 10 years.
It's hard for me to imagine.
Yeah, one of the friends I have, he's very hard on himself on like what he's accomplished and what he's done in his life, and he wants such great things. I'm like, where were you 5 years ago? He's like, oh yeah, I was like really far away. I was like, yeah, do you think you'd be proud of yourself today? He's like, yeah, I would be super proud. I'm like, there you go. So like, don't worry about it. You're doing good.
Yeah, it's always a great reminder people seem to need.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wild.
Yeah, I've been thinking about like something I've been telling myself lately is like quit being so dissatisfied. You know, it's like sort of my default. I have a cousin that's the same way. It's this default, like I'm seeing all the things that
Yeah.
I'm dissatisfied with. And I was thinking about it because Russ's sister-in-law called and she was upset. And generally, he does not get in the middle. He doesn't want to hear about the interior workings of the relationship from her because
Good.
because
Yeah.
his twin
Smart guy.
is yeah, you know, his twin is they're one, and so he'll talk about the stuff with him, but not with his sister-in-law. But he's on really good terms with her. They get along great. Um, but she's got this whole like grass is greener on the other side of the fence thing. Anyway, she was upset about something that I felt was really legitimate. Her partner travels all the time, and he didn't say when he was coming home. He never like even gives her the flight information. And he said, "I'll be home on Sunday." So she thought she was going to be able to spend time with him, and she waited all all day. He never came home, and then she texted him like, "What's going on?" And he said, "Oh yeah, I'm getting home at midnight." Like it just seems like that's a small ask. Give me your flight information, you know? Because
Right.
he's just travels so much, and he's a two, and he delegates, and he delegates with her, but she is a stay-at-home wife. She has a really sweet life, even years before she had a baby. Now she's a stay-at-home mom, although like her child is old enough to be in school. And she complains all the time that she's bored. She's so bored with her life. And it's like, you need to generate stuff to be engaged in. Like, it's your responsibility to engage in your life and be interested about something. You've got this man making, $500,000 a year, taking care of you. You live in this beautiful home. If you're bored, do something about it. And
Right.
so it but I mean, at the same time, I can relate to it because like suffering is relative and dissatisfaction is relative. But it's like you could have a much, much harder situation and still be a happy person, you know,
That's right. Yeah.
or you can be poor and starving and dissatisfied, or you can be like super rich and comfortable and dissatisfied. So in both of those situations, you have the option to just quit being dissatisfied.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dr. K kind of talks about that where there's like I have the chart saved on my phone, but there's like a difference between like the satisfaction axis compared to like the happy and sad axis, where it's like you can watch a sad movie but still like actually enjoy it. And it seems like that similar sort of thing where it's like there's a disconnect between like that emotional aspect and like being able to have that satisfaction like you were talking about.
It sounded to me that Annie's dissatisfaction was a bit different, though. Like your dissatisfaction was more to do with expectations.
I mean, the big thing is money.
Oh,
I don't know how to solve that. But yeah, I'll have to think about that more. It's a whole bunch of subtle things, like basically just not being happy with the moment that is happening right now, and thinking like, oh, what am I going to do in 2 hours? Like looking forward to the next thing, like I will be happy when it's dinner time and I'm watching TV, and eating, or, something like that. Like,
hmm.
I was distracted, sorry.
Yeah, you're good. I
there's a
listened
lot
to.
of
Go ahead.
well, oh no, I'm just thinking about what you said about expectations, that in terms of projects and art and like sewing and stuff, there's tons of dissatisfaction because you imagine things being a certain way and it's never perfect. There's just
Never.
there's
Yeah, yeah,
never there's
yeah.
never perfection. So anyway, go ahead. You were listening to something.
I was listening to this podcast called The Telepathy Tapes, and
What?
yeah. I don't know. Someone sent it to me, and apparently these nonverbal autistic kids all are telepathic. Apparently,
Mm.
that's what they're claiming, and they're doing all kinds of tests and apparently they can even communicate from large distances. And they all have the same similar stories, and yeah.
What do you think
I don't
about it?
What's that?
What do you think about it? Like, are you open to that being a possibility, or do you think there's something fishy going on?
Well, it sounds fishy from the get-go, but all of the like tests that they do seem right. But it's like, why is this only? My thing is like, why are we only figuring this out now? Like, if this is real, why only now? Why didn't anyone figure it out before?
Well, I think there's instances of this happening all the time. It's just like, do you have control of it and can you develop it? But I mean, you have
Yeah.
instances of, it's like I've heard people say there's like our brains are Bluetooth connected, sometimes.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, and I don't know if it's just pattern recognition, but yeah, just weird coincidences. I remember
And
I was
so,
thinking, go ahead.
no, apparently people who are able to get into lucid dreaming are better able to communicate with them as well. Because they can hear
Hmm.
us, but you can't really hear them back. And so then if you get into a lucid dream state, you can actually hear them back or something.
Does
Have
that
you
mean
ever
they
had
can
a
like?
lucid dream?
Probably, I just don't know how to differentiate. But yes, I'm sure I have.
Mm.
You have them
What's
all
it
the time,
called
is why
again?
I'm saying, Annie.
Oh, you think everybody has them all the time?
No, you have them all the time,
Um,
specifically.
Mine are semi. They don't feel fully lucid. I don't feel like I have a lot of control, but they're like almost lucid, you know.
Does that mean the kids can like read your mind?
Yeah.
Weird. It reminds me of some of like the weird stuff Dr. K talks about in his member videos where he gets more into the esoteric stuff, where they say like through the meditation powers you can get is like all kinds of crazy stuff like that. And
Yeah.
time travel.
Apparently some of these kids also have friends from across the world, and the parents are like they're able to communicate with them with something called a speller, where they're not really in touch with their body, so they need help to figure it out. But eventually they can start spelling stuff out, like painstakingly writing out words. And so they'll talk about a friend that they have, and they're like looking in their class, we don't know this friend. And then through like the autism community, they'll find the friend like around the world, and like both of them will know things about the other person and about the family. Yeah, stuff like that.
What was it called again?
The telepathy tapes. Yeah.
I'm sure Chris will love checking that out. He's probably already on it.
Who's Chris?
Well,
Oh yeah.
I
Yeah,
hope
yeah.
none
Our
of
Chris.
them are. I hope that none of them are reading my mind.
I know, right?
Probably. Yeah.
They don't belong in there. Some crazy stuff in there.
Yeah, you could that would be crazy. They could probably figure out our type. If they read minds, they'll be like, "Oh, that's an any. That's a safe place. That's not any." Yeah.
So is it only the kids, or is there like any of them that grew up?
So far the podcast only talks about the kids, but I'm sure when they grow up it's the same, right?
Okay. I'm just thinking if you had to like get a tattoo on your forehead to keep them out, if you would like put no kids allowed or something else.
Right.
Mm.
Well, I mean, like, we're not that interesting to read our minds, but like people who are directly interacting with them or friends and stuff like that, that I'm sure they would focus on them more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I still have this weird frustration that I can't know what it's like to be someone else. Like I can't just be Russ for a day and know what it's like to walk around in his skin. What does it feel like to even be in his body and like in his mind?
Do you
Drives
ever
me
think
crazy.
if you did, like what you would know in your mind is like blue would actually be green through his eyes?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I wonder about perception.
Yeah.
I mean, people do have different, see colors differently. Like some people can see a bigger range, you know,
Yeah, I think
bigger range
usually
of
women
blues.
can, right?
Well, and even person to person, it varies.
They can
When you look at,
differentiate better.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
have this like hope chest thing that I swear I just call it black, but like Grandma always says it's brown. This is crazy.
Yeah, something really bothers me is for some reason I don't know exactly what color my hair is, or I don't know what to call it. So I ask Russ, what color is my hair? And he says brown. And then I say, okay, what color is your hair? And he says brown. But his hair is so dark, it's like almost black. And I'm like, we can't both have brown hair. Like my hair has a lot more dimension. It's like sometimes there's a little bit of red that pops out of it just naturally, you know? It's sort of
Yeah.
golden, but also kind of ashy. I think it's just multidimensional.
Yeah, that sounds more correct. He's just
Yeah.
not very descriptive
He's
on the
just not
color.
he's not playing the game with me.
Yeah.
I love it.
Or he's playing his own game. Yeah.
Yes, for sure. Mm.
Surprised we haven't had anyone else join yet.
Yeah. They'll come around.
Wonder if Nico's at work.
In his truck, Amazon
Yeah.
car. Yeah.
I saw a video about how many Amazon deaths there are, and it was quite scary of how they handle things at Amazon. It sounds like I definitely like heard a lot of things of like issues with bathroom breaks and other kind of stuff, but like this video like really laid out like a lot of the problems where like apparently if you're in the warehouse they have like a policy where you're not supposed to call 911 because they have like their own like medical people in house, but they're like also not qualified to do like a lot of what you need to do. It's just like some wild stuff that doesn't seem like it doesn't seem. No, I don't know how they get away with it really.
Mm-hmm.
Like when
So-
their drivers hit someone, it's like Amazon doesn't take fault for it because they like third party their like drivers.
Oh, so
Mhm.
they're irresponsible. Yeah.
It's crazy.
The drivers are responsible for their driving. Man, can you imagine that? Making people responsible for themselves?
Ugh. I don't know. It's like I don't know if they can really sue the third party companies, so it's like people don't
Right.
get any money and then Amazon just washes their hands of them and like gets another third party.
Yeah. Yeah, so apparently it's not only reading minds, they're describing a whole spiritual world that they're involved in. There's like a place that they call the Hill, where it's like all of human knowledge, and anytime anyone has another insight into human knowledge, it gets added there, and then they can access it all, kind of like AI. I don't know how to
Wow.
describe it.
Reminds me of that movie, The Knowing or whatever, with Nicolas Cage.
Okay,
That was a
I
good
don't know
movie.
if I saw it.
It's like a movie about like the world ending kind of, and like at the end there's like a hill with a tree on it, and you see like all the kids that were taken off world are like running up to it. I
Okay,
wonder if they say anything about clockwork elves.
Clockwork Elves.
Yeah, what the people that take psychedelics usually see.
Oh no, they didn't say anything about that. The
That
Clockwork
would be
Elves.
interesting.
Yeah. What have you been processing, Dragon, other than your game?
I mean that's been pretty much the main thing. Still like trying to see my emotions and like if I'm still having that weird feeling of like wanting to express emotions but not like feeling it on the inside. That's not really happening as much. I'm kind of feeling it on both ends a little bit. If like something's frustrating, like a super annoying YouTube ad popping up at like a bad time. I'm trying to process like just life balance in general. Like if I want to keep learning this game programming stuff, how do I make it manageable without going off and consuming a bunch of stuff about it that I'm not actually trying to use at the moment.
Yeah.
That seems to like really drain me, and in the past
Probably not a good
usually
idea. It's probably
leads me
better
look
to
at it.
learn around a project.
But you have to choose a project, and it's like hard, and it's so much easier to click on this random video with a pretty thumbnail.
Eh. Well, choose some kind of game mechanic that you want to do, and then work on doing it. Get yourself a little sprite and a controller that can control the sprite on the screen. I don't know. Basics. Start with the basic stuff. Once you start building up your libraries, it gets a lot quicker too.
Yeah, I'm kind of working on it. Chris had like an idea based off of a conversation we had. So I just downloaded a model of a low poly goat, and I guess I should try rigging it and do something with it.
Wait, you can rig stuff in that engine?
I think so, but usually I think people do it in Blender and then import it, and it takes it with it.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm scared to find out.
Why are you scared to find out? What's wrong with you?
It's going to be exhausting. I'm going to run into so many things I don't know how to do, and then trying to sort through information is going to be hard, and to understand the information. And
yeah, you might as well just not do it.
I know, right?
It's way more complicated in your head than it will be in real life.
I don't know. I feel like there's so much I don't know that it's probably going to be way more complicated than I would imagine.
Okay.
So I know you got to like place the bones, and it's a four-legged creature, which will change that. And I think
you're turning it into a hill. Like you're turning it into a monster.
Oh, I just know what's coming. I'm a wizard, and
yeah,
you gotta do the weight painting, and I kind of understand weight painting, but
is this why you guys have to have steps so that you can focus on like the next step with SI?
If someone would have a guide, that'd be great. If I just follow a tutorial, but then also that gets boring.
Yeah, I mean, I feel that way. I've accomplished a lot of things that at one point in time I felt really, really intimidated by, and maybe avoided those things for 3 or 4 years, and then finally got started. And you really just have to break it down. And sometimes it's boring, it's uncomfortable. But then once
That's
you
what podcasts are for. That's what audiobooks are for.
Yeah.
It's hard though, because you gotta like, you're gonna be using your eyes, brain, and ears like on full when you're trying to like learn something, especially if you're like doing a tutorial video. There's like no room to squeeze into consume, and it's annoying.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
I get annoyed.
And it's like what you were saying at the beginning of the stream. Like I feel like you were talking about flow state, and it does feel like not having something in the background and then just like fully doing something and like being fully involved with it gives you that kind of satisfaction you were talking about, which I think is normally referred to as like the flow state. I think that's what that was.
Right. So, but the thing is, that is not my default. My default is choosing to do things that I can do while I'm watching TV or listening to an audiobook. That's what I'm addicted to. But what I'm noticing is that these focus sessions are helping me, and that I'm at a point in my life where it actually feels good. I'm actually appreciating it. Like when I was younger, I would think, I hate this. And I would resist every moment of it, like doing the data entry for my taxes and being really careful and systematic. I would kick and scream and resist the whole way through, and that's what made it unenjoyable. But now that
the data entry is where I would put the audiobook on for sure, because that stuff is just boring.
I would make so many mistakes. Numbers, I can't enter numbers. No,
Really?
It's like you have to do the correct date, and then I'm itemizing my expenses and putting them in the right category. There's no way. No way.
It's automatic for me. My hand just goes on the numbers and does it, and I'm just like bored out of my mind.
Oh my god. So do you also what something Russ tells me is like if I ask him like what's 23 plus 9? I don't know, what is 23 plus 9?
32.
Okay, so did the number 32 just flash in your brain, or did you do something?
I just added the two together.
So for Russ, he's not even adding just the answer flashes in his brain.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
Yeah. I accidentally removed him.
Yeah, you're
Sorry.
good.
Okay.
What's up?
I did that with Benjamin too.
How you doing, Hank?
I'm doing good. We continue. Get entry.
Did you see Dragon's game?
I did not see Dragon's game.
All right.
I don't think Hank will be very impressed, so I didn't send it to him.
It's a first.
No,
it's a first try. It's good.
He got something done at least. I didn't have time because I was cleaning up after everyone at work, and actually wrote someone up on what call it Saturday was a manager because they gave me a pants on fire lie about equipment I needed to perform my job. So I can't tolerate that. So I wrote them up using our alert line.
Hank, are you telepathic?
Not really.
Okay. What does the not really mean? Why not really?
It's not good enough to be worth a damn.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like what is it good for? So like I had a dream the other day and like I fact check my dreams a lot of times. So there was this Armenian guy in there. He was really nice. I know nothing about Armenia. I don't know what Armenian people look like. And so then the next day I was Googling what do Armenian people look like? And I saw the guy. Like a picture of the guy that was in my dream.
Cool.
That's
But
weird.
what,
How
like,
did
who
you know in the
cares?
dream that he was? Did he like tell you in the dream, hey, I'm our whatever?
No, he never said he was Armenian. I just knew he was very attractive.
Okay, well there you go.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I never thought about fact checking my dreams. They're just like I just enjoy all my dreams and that's about it.
Well, there's little things like one time there's a dream where argon was used in a sealed package,
Yeah.
I was like, okay, why argon? So I just like Googled it and it's like, okay, well, it's inert, right? And it does keep things fresher. So somehow I must have known that about argon in my mind somehow. So I was just fact checking to see,
It would be hard to. You'd have to. How would you store argon? It's like helium. Like
it's
it leaks
inert.
out of stuff. Yeah, but it leaks out of stuff. It's a noble.
Oh.
It's a noble gas.
Glass. Use glass.
Glass.
Yeah. Because you can store neon in glass, and it's also in the same
like the neon
period.
light.
Yeah, it's in the same period, and glass is good enough to store neon, so you'll lose glass to store argon too.
Mm. Well, that's the thing. The packaging was broken down, so the argon was preserving baby animals. It's a long story, but the packaging was breaking down and the argon leaked out, and so then as soon as the baby animals are activated, these were dangerous, like big cats, alligator, dangerous predator animals.
Yeah.
Then they started to grow, and they weren't cute little babies anymore. They were big. Yeah.
But yeah, Dragons would send me the game. I'm trying to figure out a way to just monetize my hobby. Probably I want to try to figure out a way to bundle games. I'm sure that there's a few different systems, but none of them are being sold on eBay, so I can arbitrage somehow.
What do you mean bundle?
I mean take a whole bunch of stuff, package it together, then sell it.
Like
you won't make money off of Dragon's game.
We don't know that yet.
Well, we know that. It's no offense to Dragon. It's a great first try or second try, and he's learning. But it's not like something you can sell.
Well, you can't sell it by itself. You can't sell it by itself, but if you sell with a bunch of other stuff, then you just make the whole thing
go for
more
it.
Interesting.
Good luck.
I'm just trying to figure out how to monetize my hobby of playing games, because
right.
I need to be able to justify playing games more.
You need to justify it.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested in selling something that is a digital download because there's no shipping. Like if I could learn drafting patterns, because I make a lot of my own patterns, then it's just a digital download. You pay $5.99 and open it up in like Adobe Acrobat. but you just have to learn how to format all that. Another thing is courses, like selling a course.
Yeah,
about
you've got a lot
something.
of knowledge and
Yeah.
expertise. You could
And
probably
it would very easily be able to sell some kind of course on Udemy or something. So should be in her wheelhouse.
Seems like selling assets wouldn't be bad if you like got some 3D or 2D skills.
just use AI now, not for your weird rule systems, but if you want to make your own thing.
I don't know how. I don't know how to start that.
So a lot of times AI you need to do a lot of finishing touches. So it's kind of sloppy. I'm sorry.
Apparently there's some good paid ones. Like you pay like a little amount every month, and you can do it as much as you want. And they have, I don't know, they can get some good assets now.
Well, you just go on HIL, which I'm already on, and buy assets. So plus what kind of and something's kind of missing. I think I don't know why MIDI is still dead, even though AI came and stuff. So I don't hear anything about AI making MIDI and stuff. So that's I don't understand why that's missing. That AI is not generating music in the MIDI format. Is it because Hollywood doesn't want us to do it?
It's a good question. Yeah, that's a good question.
Yes, I mean, sequence music is easier to process than streamed audio.
Yeah.
So we have plenty of processing power. It's just
I think you found a void. You found a void. Did you look it up on Google? Is there such a thing? Oh, it's his birthday. What's up? I didn't even know you guys showed up. How's it going, guys?
Hello.
It's the best typist in the world, and Mimo's birthday is today.
Yeah, it's this. We're good.
What are you guys doing for your birthday?
I have no idea. I'm still figuring it out, but yeah.
Cool. How's retaking your land and creating a nation going?
Slow.
Yeah.
Well, actually, Potawatomi Nation, they just got some land back. I just read it not too long ago. So, us personally, though, we're still slacking.
Anna.
There you go.
Hi.
Okay. I had the audio mixed up, so it sounded weird, but yeah, we're good.
What's new in Anna's life?
Not a lot. Went on a run with my husband this morning, which was interesting.
Can you guys run the same pace?
Yeah, we have about the same length and legs, which is really interesting. He's 6 foot and I'm 5'7", but I have really long legs and a really short torso. It's just that he's got like the rest of the inches on me, but I can wear his pants, so it's about the same.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
How far do you all run?
Not very far at all. We're just starting to figure out our routine, like our shared SIFI routine. I don't know. It's just lately, I don't know, we were feeling like roommates and not like we're married. So I'm like, we should actually find things we have in common, but we're both doing plays. So we're like, that means I have to go looking for things we have in common, because we're both threes and we both have our own like sleep world. So
at least you can rely on each other to show up.
I mean, I don't know about that.
Well, you show up.
I show up. I'm
yeah.
DE, so I'll show up. But so we're just I'm putting in the effort and trying to find something that we can both enjoy, and that's really hard because I don't want to play video games and he doesn't give a shit about ops. So you end up with like roommates and not.
Yeah, no, I gave up on that so long ago. Like, I don't do anything with Russ. I mean, we are roommates. That's like, no, I mean, it's like even yeah, I mean, even like he's not really very interested in what I'm interested in, like even talking about. So I talk to him about what he likes to talk about, or like we can talk about the news, we can talk about the weather.
The weather.
Yeah.
How riveting.
But we don't do anything together, and he would never ever exercise with me ever.
Well,
Like
so
we don't
this
even
is-
go on
right.
walks together.
Yeah, this is what surprised me. He's like, hey, I found this app called Couch to 5K and this and this. And I'm like, wow, good job DEing. Like you're figuring out what's out there. Good for you. It was kind of cute. And
I think like exercising together is great. That's a great option. I wish I could do that with Russ.
I was like, you're running? Why didn't you tell me? He didn't even think to tell me, of course. So I'm like, I'm coming with you. Of course I'm coming. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, it was just like so shocking because I was like, what? You running? He's one of those dudes who has absolutely no interest in fitness or like self-care, really. So it just shocked me. And I was like, okay, let's go.
Good. Yeah, exercise is good. They've done studies that people are more open. So, and I did like a running group. So I would run with, it was women who were my pace, on an easy run, like 9-minute mile. And the endorphins and everything, it does make you more open, like more open conversation. More like fitness and exercise improves sex.
Yeah,
for
obviously,
sure.
all the things. But it's also just being outside, not even running, but like there is a literal connection with like being outside and being open. And I find that even just going on walks with him, that's the best time to talk about heavy shit. Because somehow when you're in like a room, it feels like it's on top of you, closed or something. And so when you're outside, you can handle heavy topics a little more with ease because you're moving and you're outside and it feels like the world is open to you and you can handle it a little better. So that's helped a lot for me.
That's some good SF sleep you all got there. That's
yeah.
Yeah. Just opening up your SF. Sleep.
Yeah.
That's good.
And it's good because we both have sleep up top, so we're just processing together and talking through everything together. Really enjoyed that. Yeah, we'll see. And then, do you guys know the site Chat Roulette or like Omegle or whatever?
Yeah.
I think Omegle died, right?
Did it? I don't know.
I think it's still there.
Okay. Well, there's a couple channels that basically copycatted the whole thing.
Right.
And I mean, it's mostly people just jacking off all day, but like.
Yeah, that's what I found. You log on there, you try to find someone to talk to, and it's just like someone with a. Yeah.
But.
that has it out.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're patient, though, occasionally you'll find someone who is willing to actually talk to you.
I really wanted that to be a thing, and I tried it, and it was not good. And then I tried a different one, and the first guy I came to, he was like maybe 20 or 16 or something.
Yeah.
And I came onto the screen and he said, "Oh no, ma'am, you are too old to be on here." And so I was just like,
don't worry. Don't worry.
Okay.
You get the whole spectrum of comments all the way from, I get this one a lot. Mom?
Yeah, I really wanted it to be a thing, but I don't know. Like, I wish there was a way to filter it. I love having good conversations with people, but I just had no luck.
You can't
filter it. That's why Benjamin and I just goes to YouTube panels because at least we can filter it. We can see what they're talking about before we go into the room.
True. That's a little better. But somehow I have found this undying patience for that stupid app. And so I'll sit there and I'll like click through, until I find someone to talk to, and it's been a good outlet for my play, right? As is this panel, as talking to you guys or whatever.
Right.
But like, it's an opportunity to do that exchange, and then I realized, oh, I'm not doing play here. I'm just regurgitating my same sleep to every single person.
Yeah.
And I just got really good at saying the same shit over and over to every single person.
Is there a way to get Omegle up on StreamYard? Like we can do a second screen, but they wouldn't be able to see
I
it.
don't want to put anybody through that.
So yes. So what you use is use OBS to get make a virtual camera and display the Omegle, and I think that I'm not sure the audio goes both passes through or not, or was it just one direction? So if I can figure out the plumbing, then you can patch whatever you want back and forth. But I have not figured it out yet. I'm about halfway there because I want to get my desktop audio through at least one way and just share screen. Yeah, actually it should be, but still won't be both ways. So
yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
So I've seen people do it, like live stream on YouTube their Omegle sessions.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because they're like, the thing is, I follow this guy named Vlad NCL. Have you heard of him?
Yeah.
So much fun. It's just basically a straight dude who dresses as a woman convincingly, but then
Twink.
What?
Twink.
What?
Twink, that's what he is.
Oh no. He's like ripped as heck. Just like
there's no way I could convince you dress as a woman, neither could Benjamin. So
That would be.
I could, but
I just pictured it.
the beard.
yeah, the beard kind of, yeah, this guy's like 23 or whatever. He's, young and ripped, and then he puts on a wig and somehow, what he does is goes out in the middle of the night dressed as a woman with a camera crew to show how rough it can be to be a woman at night.
Mm-hmm.
And guys will approach him, start like working him or trying to hit on him, and then he'll all of a sudden saying a manly voice like, "What's up, my brother?" And so the guys back off, and it's this whole, commentary on how difficult it is being a woman, and he'll like reflect on it later and be like, "Oh my God, this is really rough for the ladies." So
yeah,
anyway.
the women actually have a harder time being a man though, because men don't get treated too kindly, at least in my society. Oh no.
Well, and there was, it was interesting. There was one instance where he went to Vegas, and this really much bigger dude started hitting on him, and he's like, "Shit, if I tell him that I'm a man, he'll beat me up. I'm smaller than him." And so he couldn't even, he didn't have the guts to tell him. He had to like leave essentially without telling him that he's a man.
A ghost. Yeah, ghost him.
Yeah. So
Anna, if you have a male voice changer and someone hits on you, you can just pretend to be a man and be like, "I caught you."
Pretty much.
Like back away.
I wish it was.
Yeah, you could. There's
Yeah.
software voice changers, and in fact, you could do it in OBS, change your voice. So,
But it's okay. So like the Omegle sessions that you have on stream, I don't know if we could be able to get everybody on the Omegle talking to everybody. You know what I mean?
we don't know how to do that yet.
Yeah.
Well,
But I
I'm
may
not-
next week.
I'm
like
not
just one
volunteering
person might be.
anyway.
I may
Yeah.
be able to next week.
Is
Yeah.
there one of those platforms that you like better than the other?
No, I think what they do, they all like cross streams. So so someone might enter from Omegle and someone else from another site, and they'll see each other. Like it's a huge network. Yeah, because I talk to people and they're like, "Oh, I'm on Omegle," and I'm like, "Well, I'm on a different site." So it doesn't matter. Anyway, I go on there. I told you guys to practice my Russian and to talk to Russians and get a cultural / political thing going and seeing what the atmosphere is. And you know, people ask about America and like all this other stuff. So it can be interesting. And today I ran into a guy who did a tarot reading, like a tarot card reading.
Oh, okay.
And you know, I'm ST as heck. I don't give a shit. I think it's all woo-woo. So I'm like, yeah,
Sure you do.
Sure I do. Well, that's the thing. But later it surprises me how much I'm like intrigued by it, right? So it like catches up with me. Yeah. So I was like, sure, like let's do my reading, no problem. And he's telling me, you know, and I'm laughing. I'm like, oh wow, that's really true. Very cool. And
Hank is a master of the dark arts.
There you go.
Just to piss Inspector Tarek off, just because I have them.
So are you an expert?
Oh well, stay mad, Tarek.
Yeah, and then he got into like, well, you know, there's this woman that your husband talks to, a light-haired woman that he confides in. I was like, oh, really? Okay. Tell me more. So he really like kept pushing this like drama on me. And I was like, why? You don't know me. What is it to you to try and start some kind of interrelationship drama or try to provoke this thing? It was just the most bizarre thing. But he said a lot of really fair.
Did it start a fight in the end though?
There was no fight. No,
it didn't start a fight. No. Okay.
No.
Dang it.
I can't. No. No. But it was you know, he said the thing that worked is that he said a lot of true sounding things that do apply. And then when he hooks you with, okay, that checks out, that checks out, that checks out.
Yeah, that's got a Barnum effect.
Yeah. Yeah. He's like, well, you know, you're really hardworking, he said about me, and that you basically described a specialist. And then he's like, yeah, but your husband, you know, he's very like unclear about what he wants in his life, and he needs to process everything, and he's, you know, and I'm like, oh wow, okay, so my husband lost his job and he's looking for a new career and is having a hard time with it. Like all of that is true, and I know that. So
well, it's like why would you be married and alone on Omegle? Like, so like I'm thinking in his mind, like,
yeah,
he's like, okay, what's the problem between the two of you? Why are you out looking for something outside of the marriage here?
Well, right. Yeah. Which is funny because it's like, I like to talk to people. Oh yeah, and
right.
Apparently, I guess Russians often ask, they're like, does your husband let you come on here?
Right.
Like, excuse me, I don't need permission. I'm not here.
Yeah, DJs don't need permission. Come on.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was this whole dramatic scene on Omegle, and I was like, okay, thank you. He's like, here's my Instagram, here's my card. Okay, nice. Bye. So, but you
well, if we were all as good typers like Angel, then we can like know people's types and like psych them out and pretend like we know stuff about them. Yeah.
Life path shit. Can you imagine?
But we've got a while to get to that.
I don't have to imagine. I use a good system, so I can actually do it.
Do it for real? Freak someone out for real? Definitely.
You've seen me do it to people on panel.
Yeah.
You have?
You saw my freaked out officer Snapsby came out here, and I actually made him to tell us his life story about how he blew himself up. And that's because I have to have a good system. Instead
you actually have a good system.
Yeah, so I use MBTI instead of the OPS, so I actually can figure something out.
Right, MBTI is the good system.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, you still know my OPS, and I've been here for like 2 years.
Well, we got it narrowed down, man. We know it's either SETE or SITE, one of those two.
Yeah.
Where's the SI? Oh my.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah, Dave and Shen say everyone else types backwards, so I wonder who's actually backwards.
Yeah. Hey, Memo. So you just got a report back from CRG, right?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Sorry about that. Did you write them back and you were like, you guys are wrong?
Yeah. Well, I was, but I don't know how to not come off as one of those people that just goes at them.
Yeah.
Just go at them. Beat their ass.
I looked at the report and I was like, what?
No, it's not me. Yeah. SCFE, no.
Right.
Yeah. Unless we're crazy, but I don't know.
No, you're not crazy. Not as far as I can tell.
So you think they'll be all right if I email them back and be like, hey?
Of course not. But it's not your problem.
Okay.
Well, did you just so maybe I sent it to another team too. I mean, I could do that. I can just send it to another team and see different opinion. I may have already done it. I don't remember. I have a record of it. I just don't remember. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, if that's cool, then yeah. That'll be Yeah.
Yeah, that team 17, they're kind of interesting group there. They get some interesting results.
Yeah. You should have seen Angel. He took it personal.
When he first told me, I had to stop my TI from like, coming up with an argument and like actually like, okay, let me find a way.
So let him talk to Team 17, Mima.
Yeah.
Let him give the feedback. Yeah.
So write a 500-page or 500-word email.
Right.
Yeah.
I need to sleep, so I'll talk to you guys later. Thanks for
jumping later, man. Thanks for jumping on.
Yeah.
We also didn't say what's up to Tiago yet. How you doing, buddy?
And hi. How you doing?
Doing good.
Good. It's an avatar fish, right?
It looks like a Pisces.
Yeah, it does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And like a yin yang.
Yeah, I literally just Googled yin yang on Google Images. It was like the first.
Oh, I thought it was those fish from Avatar where one
I
died.
think they are.
Yeah, it looks like it.
It is.
It is.
Yeah, they're really similar. So Memo, I was hearing Memo got a CRG type.
Yeah. Well, okay. So the type is
you don't have to say.
FE. Play, consume, sleep, blast, last.
Your play first, Mimo.
Yeah. Number 4, tester.
Number 4, tester.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't come here very often, but that wouldn't be my immediate guess.
Yeah.
Play first. Yeah, that's right. Mimo's play first.
But that's why I like doing the evil MBTI online test, because at least I could do it again and get my results back today.
The urgency, yeah.
And record it too, so I know what triggered what.
Yeah. I was also
thinking of you get the wrong results either way.
Yeah, but in Team 17, make sure you tune in next week. I'm hosting again, and I'm going to talk about OPS. So I'm going.
All right, bring it, Hank.
Today.
I can say how much I love OPS because it's April Fool's Day.
That's right.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Right. Smart.
Right.
Yes, next week's April Fool's Day. I need to double check, but Benjamin, what time? If the timeline's up again, if Benjamin's still lagging an hour, I don't know. Probably won't even.
No, there's a time change. Yeah, there's going to be a time change.
Okay, he's going to be in line with us again.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, works for me. So I'm going to say how much I love OPS and Team 17 included because April Fool's Day.
There you go. Team 17. Oh, poor Team 17.
I know.
They're going to see this.
No, they're not. They're not going to watch this. Don't worry.
Okay. Yeah, I was thinking of maybe re-recording a video as well and doing the same video. So to different teams.
Wow, that's a lot of play energy.
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
Yeah, you can do that, or you could just do it as an additional file,
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I'll
Yeah,
look at the
yeah.
list and see who I can send it to.
Cool. Yeah, I'll email you and see how it works.
Yeah, so we actually did the math. So technically, with their math, I would be an ISFJ. Right? Is that what we concluded?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would be an ISFJ.
Why would you?
Well,
why
based
does
on
it
their
mean-
math, with how they came up with SEFE, I would be an
Okay.
ISFJ, the way they typed memo.
Okay. Well, you're kind of a blaster, Angel.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. I'm always telling people how to behave.
So you worked all that out. That means you just invented a new system. It's
Right,
the
exactly.
Team 17 typing system.
Well, that's so great. That's what's so great about OPS. It's a different system every time you run it. Yeah, that's why Dave and Chen need to be married for it to kind of look like it works.
They're not married anymore, by the way.
See, so they even better.
There's a lot of decider drama. So nobody watched this. Nobody.
That's even better. This is gonna make my case
Top
even
one.
easier.
All right.
Yeah.
Right. So that's what makes MBTI right, of course.
Well, it's not right. It's just more repeatable. It's more predictable. And it's cheaper to run the test, and it's not. And this doesn't. We don't have 512 cognitive functions, so it's less confusing.
You know, those aren't official tests, the ones you're doing online, right? Like an official MBTI test needs a practitioner, a trained practitioner with a license. They pay a lot of money for that license.
Well, here's the thing. It's been out for 50 years, so I'm sure someone could figure out the system from gifts differing. And that's why there's so many more tests than official ones.
Well,
And some of them are really wrong, like 16 personalities, because it's not even an MBTI. It's actually a Big 5 test. That's why it has the extra letters at the end. So it's consistently wrong because it's not actually the same system. But the other ones are pretty consistent with my results anyways.
Right.
I always test NTJ, and I've been at the board of
Yeah.
I and E according
So
to the MBTI test.
if we typed you as an NTJ in OPS, you'd be like, yeah, that's a great system.
No, I wouldn't.
No.
It's not.
I don't know. I don't know. I think you just don't like the system because we're giving you SI.
No, that's not the reason. It's just it doesn't make any. You can't justify it. Well, I guess you could say it's my opinion, man. But
Well, let's ask
justification.
the expert typer, the best typer in the world. What type is Hank, Angel?
I think we actually talked about this one time. I think I said like he's like probably kinesthetic SETE. Like he has kinesthetic ST play, but I would assume it's last, if anything.
I'm sleep last. I'm literally an insomniac.
Yeah.
That'd just be my guess, but he's got TEFI. I know that.
Really?
Yeah. What else?
What's new with you, Tiago? What have you been processing?
Today I started considering a keto diet with this week's class.
Oh, this week's class was on a keto diet?
I was on a doctor that recommends keto. And I was like, oh my God, maybe I should try it. But again, you gotta.
I love these one-size-fits-all doctors that say everyone should do this.
Exactly, that was what I was gonna mention. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That was the OPS class? I haven't been watching it.
No, it's for next Monday, Tuesday, Tuesday's class. That's the person we gotta type. It's Dave's gonna.
Who is it? That INTJ guy, or I don't mind. Anyway, yeah, I do that diet. It works for me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I do it, but I have cheat days. Like 2 days a month. I'll just like when I go to family dinner, I'll eat cake or whatever, you know. But like for the most part, on a day-to-day basis, I keep my carbs really low, usually under 30 or 20, and it works. It's like I don't even really like I'm not even trying that hard, and so like for comparison, when before I did this, I weighed a lot more, you know.
Right, that's what they talk about. You lose a lot of
Yeah.
weight really quickly, and like the span of like 8 weeks, you start noticing it, right?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't like obese or anything. I just, weighed more. But what I like about it is that my hunger hormones are really calm and easy. Like I can go for long stretches without eating, and so it's comfortable. I don't have like I think about food way less because I'm just not hungry, and I like
I
that. It's
I once talked to a I wouldn't call him a friend, but a close colleague in college, and he had a friend who was really into this stuff, and he and his friend were both trying the keto diet. This was last year, and so they talked about basically how carbs contribute to your sense of like hunger, your desire to eat. So eating
Sugar
carbs
crashes.
it makes you eat more when we eat more carbs. And so once you sort of drop that consistently for some time, you start. He mentioned that you start losing the appetite for eating as much. So it's interesting to hear that from you too.
yeah. And I think also, like, if you find it too extreme, some people think like being in ketosis is too extreme, like under 20 grams of carbs is maybe too extreme. I think like a lot of people can benefit from just lowering carbs some, like say keep it to 75 or 100 grams of carbs, or like eat more complex carbohydrates, like instead of eating the quick, fast sugars, eat beans. Beans will keep you full for a long time. They have lots of fiber. And there's people that go like they're trying so hard to cut their carbs that they're not eating very many like vegetables and salad and stuff. And that doesn't
Yeah, I
work for
think that's
some people.
a bit
Yeah, it
extreme.
doesn't. It
Yeah.
doesn't.
Yeah.
It doesn't work for me. I actually need to have the carbs because otherwise I could have like I'm planned shutdown, and that's really bad because I'm not sedentary. So when these unplanned shutdown, especially my long commute, is going to cost me a lot of money. So I'm going to make sure I keep eating those carbs so I can stay conscious the whole time. I need to.
Mm.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
but it's interesting. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I was just gonna say, like, yeah, so the guy, I don't know who they're typing, but this guy, Dr. Berg, is that who it is that they're typing?
No, it's
Anyway.
Dr. She has a weird name, actually. I don't remember. It's like 3 letters only.
Well, I mean, anyway, like my approach is like a lot of vegetables, but low carb vegetables, like huge salads, and then I'm a very small person, so I only eat like a little bit of meat. I just don't need very much meat because I'm so small.
Yeah, they say that you're not supposed to eat a lot of meat because then it can convert into glucose. Am I right? And so it kind of backfires.
Protein, yeah. So if you're gonna choose between two meats, like say if you eat chicken breast, it's more protein, less fat. And if you go over a certain amount of protein, it can actually raise your glucose. But if you choose a fattier meat, like the chicken thigh or something, it doesn't do that as much. So it's not the meat, it's the protein. It's like pure protein with less fat. So you want to get like fat in every meal. I don't know, but don't take my word for it. I do know a lot because I've read tons of books about it, but there's also a lot of controversy and like different opinions about all this stuff.
Yeah, sure. I was interested because like I went to the dispenser and I started actually reading the labels for the first time, and not just noticing that it's like cookies and whatever, and it's like carbs everywhere. Everywhere has carbs, and I was like, okay, they might be onto something, because it's so drastically different from what you usually eat. But I've always eaten a balanced diet. I'm not really impaired in terms of health or cognitively or anything. But yeah, my main sort of goal of following the keto diet would be maybe some cognitive clarity. If I could have more, if that was possible, that would just be my main interest here. Losing weight. Yeah, sorry.
I mean that's a real effect. I would say like if you're transitioning into ketosis, it takes a while to get comfortable with it, but especially at first when you're new to it, after you kind of adapt, you feel this kind of brain clarity. But then after you do it for like years and years, you don't notice. I mean, maybe you just adjust and you don't really notice that dramatic clarity anymore. But
I also have actually like a lot of anxiety. And I know everyone talks about having anxiety, I'm not saying I'm anything special, but even people around me tell me that I'm very, very, very anxious. So it must account for something. And I think that could help. Sugar could be definitely contributing to that.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was like, okay, maybe keto could help me fix that. Because
I've
you
heard
are what
it-
you eat, you are what you consume. Be it from a
Yeah.
sorry for interrupting, even from an informational standpoint, but also from a physical matter energy standpoint, you are what you consume. So it's
Mhm.
interesting to try to think of ways to adjust that.
Yeah, I've read a lot of studies about it being used for mental health issues. So you can, find some information about that.
Yeah. I literally started researching it today. It felt interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm a mental health skeptic.
You're a mental health skeptic?
Oh, absolutely.
You think it's a scam?
Mental health is a scam?
Yeah, so here's the thing. They can't dereference what mental health is physically. They don't have a model. I know what they actually mean, but they somehow don't know what they mean, and that's why I'm so skeptical. Because mental health has to do with like spiritual, your environment. They can't even communicate that, so they just kind of don't know what they even mean. So I just say, well, okay, maybe you have no clue what you're talking about. So that's why I'm a mental health skeptic. But if they have no idea what they're talking about, then how can he fix anything related to it?
Oh, you're saying that
Yeah.
there's like no physical, not the. I don't think that the word is symptoms, but no physical signs of mental health that are easily.
Well, they couldn't. If someone was mentally healthy, they couldn't tell you who.
Let me think of that.
I'm really skeptical about it too, just like over labeling. Like I was talking to someone recently who said they got an OCD diagnosis and a bipolar diagnosis. Like I know this person really well, and I was like, okay, everyone has ups and downs. I really don't think you're bipolar. Like, is that label useful? And like, do you really want to take medication? And the other issue is like it's hard to find a prescribing person who is also the talk therapist that sees you week after week and sees your patterns. So like if I say my shoulder hurts and I go to a surgeon, he's going to say, let me get my scalpel, I'll give you surgery. And if I go to, a physical therapist, they're going to apply physical therapy. If I go to a Reiki healer, they're going to do Reiki. So if you go to a prescribing doctor, they're going to say like, oh, you're bipolar, let me give you these meds. It just doesn't, I don't know. I'm skeptical. I'm not saying like meds are never the answer, but I do think
it's their go-to tool.
Yeah, but I think it's good if the prescribing doctor who's giving you these medications is also familiar with your story, familiar with your patterns and your day-to-day, struggles, and also prescribing like other coping mechanisms, techniques that are not, chemical based.
Yeah. It's just a band-aid. They don't solve anything.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it solves the problem of the whole wallet. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I was saying like they just look because they don't have it's exactly as you said, like they only have superficial information, superficial being like just looking at the symptoms. So the range of options that they can try are the ones that that are proven to work for them, from their point of view. And so when you get to know more the story of a person, that's when you actually, okay, maybe it's not just the default solution. Maybe we can try something different here because I have more information. I can actually see sort of the recurring patterns, and I can actually see the specificity of your problem, and then suggest a solution that's more tailored to your specific situation. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
for sure. Yeah, so that's been me basically. Also starting my thesis, actually researching some stuff.
Well, that's good. Yeah, because like, of course, there's actually people with actual issues, but yeah, I think most data is skewered because of just people being whatever misdiagnosis or just whatever.
Yeah, it's not just the edge cases of people that are obviously ill that are getting treated. It's like anyone who has a problem can get treatment,
Yeah.
And then that might contribute to some form of noise in how you evaluate the illnesses. I don't know if this makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. I think I had about misanthropy, and I called, I guess, my company's support line. It was just therapy. When I told the dispatcher, well, I want do something remote, so I recorded, and the dispatcher said, "Oh, therapists don't like to be recorded." That's why this okay. That scam flag went up. If they want to be recorded, when I get recorded, do my job, then it's not working for me.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting, Tiago, because I've actually been dealing with something similar, or my situation, I guess I'm hearing, or from what I hear, of course, I don't want to assume, is similar to yours, because back in 2020 is when I started to have like severe anxiety, to where I have like sweating, like anxiety attacks while I'm sleeping, or like I just go out into the sun and like the heat would just trigger my body and I just break out in itchy hives. So I have some, you can't see the light, but I have like acne because of that. Like, but it's just inflammation from my body. And so, or like even something would drop or like a noise, I just start freaking out like crazy. But that was, it started to get better. So what I did is, I do not recommend this. And this is not the solution, but what I did is I went outside in the heat that triggered my hives. I was out there 3 hours a day working out.
Right,
It was
right,
bad.
yeah.
It was hell. But
you David Goggins the shit out of it, basically.
I did. I FI'd the FI.
that's brave as hell, man. Actually, I commend you for that. Yeah, but what would you say? So the trigger was the heat.
Trigger was the heat. Anything else like or like just going out? Anything really, because I'm just demon play.
Right.
But yeah. So that was just one thing to help, is to work on your what is it? Your tolerance. Your tolerance.
Right.
But also, it's like what the real solution that I found is like what you eat, sleep, like what you're talking about. Those are the like stuff like that. So I've been doing stuff like that to help my face, like my acne, inflammation on my body, triggering hives, stuff like that.
Yeah. Did you do any sort of? I'm just curious now. Did you do any any dietary changes so to help you with that?
I just started. So I did the opposite of what I'm supposed to do. But back then, that was 5 years ago. So I was dead skinny. Like I'm already small, but like I was done. So really, I've just been eating more, like all day, every day, whether it's junk food or. So that don't come to me for advice, but that's just my situation.
Well, yeah. I see what you mean, and I thank you for the advice. Yeah. It's interesting how it's always about some form of change in your in your cyclical sort of behaviors, right?
Mm-hmm.
In my case, okay, I've been seeing a therapist for some months now, and I've reached that point during therapy where she actually has just caught on my patterns, and she basically just regurgitates them back at me when we're talking. Like she actually, I think she reached a point where she actually knows me a bit better than I can see myself, and the thing that I have, it seems, is something that I've had since I was really little, like 5 years old, like I get anxiety from like everything. And it's very similar to yours. Well, I'm in a kind of a tough spot here because my official type doesn't match my self-type. So I ask you guys to understand me just for a couple of seconds here. I do self-type as Demon Play too. One of the reasons being, but this has also been sort of confirmed with feedback that I got from my therapist, is like ever since I was little, like just everything just made me anxious. Leaving house made me anxious. I just wanted to stay at home, just on my, like I used to play Legos, play video games, And funnily enough, even today, I still struggle with those kinds of same issues because like being around people, being outside, doing activities, expending energy, Lots of being in context was where a lot of information sort of moves around. I sort of feel lost. I feel confused. I feel like I can't handle it. I just want to go home. I just want to go home. I just want to go home. That recurring thought of just like I just want to go home. And I still, to this day, I still have those kinds of struggles, which were struggles that I had when I was really, really little, like years before I even found out about OP. So I from that point of view, of like, the anxiety that comes from like the demon play, I resonate a lot with that. I never had skin rashes. In my experience, normally what happens... Oh, sorry, someone's calling me. Sorry, just give me a second. It's my mom. I gotta answer. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. But yeah, I think that's what I've been looking at for my type, because it's like it's like masculine SF for me, like whatever my type is. But it's interesting because one of the things I did is I obviously I went out for help, but on one of my other missions I found a Jedi Master. Oh, you want to follow me here? I'll be back in a second. Cool. But yeah, for her anxiety, like her mental health, when she have a trigger or something, like when she get thrown off, or like she ate something that was bad, but depending on what part of her body that was internally got triggered or whatever was happening, it'd show up on a certain part of her body or a certain part of her, anywhere, whether if it was like what somebody said or who said it or what emotion it evoked. She got rashes on certain parts of her body, which is interesting. And she's a SF blaster, sleep last lady tester, which is interesting. So yeah.
What's up, Christopher? How's it going today?
Oh, it's going okay. I'll probably just be chilling out and lurking today. I feel like I overused my talking last week.
Oh no, that was great.
Yeah,
that was
did
really
great.
Yeah, I thought last week was really fun. And like at the end, the stuff that we talked about after the stream ended was really interesting. I found myself thinking about it.
Yeah, I was gonna say I felt bad that we kept Benjamin up so late, but I feel like we could have gone on for another like 2 hours.
Yeah, Ben got to fall asleep. Would y'all
was
talk
I snoring?
No.
No, but were you asleep because you didn't hear Christopher come in?
Yeah, I was asleep.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, I let him in.
Oh, you're catching up on sleep now? Kept you up too late too many times.
Sleep last.
So, how much does that like make you suffer the next day when you, like last week when you stayed up that late?
No,
it
was okay. I planned on doing nothing the next day anyways. So.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Yeah. What have you been processing, Chris?
Just that I was really chatty last week.
Oh,
that's about it.
Good.
What about it exactly?
Well, sometimes if I talk too much, I'll like wake up. It happened like 3 times. I'll like wake up in the middle of the night and I'll be like processing conversations that I had. If I like talk too much, it's really strange. But
I think I processed that a long time after too. Yeah, our conversation. Yeah. You always have some interesting topics to talk about.
Yeah, I hope I don't bring things too off the rails. I know I can be, I don't know, very I guess.
The opposite. I hope you don't make things stay on the rails too much. Go wild. You're good.
Okay.
I just talked about telepathy.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that. I don't know where but you said it was a documentary that came out recently?
It was on a podcast, yeah.
Podcast, okay. I saw something, I don't know what piece of information, but I saw something about that. Yeah.
Well, there it is. That means it's true.
No, that's not what that means. Oh yeah, also happy birthday, Momo.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
How old are you now?
How old
23, 24?
50.
21.
20, what?
Wow.
Yeah. I'm a youngin. I'm getting old though. So.
No, but you're a Jedi Master. You're a Jedi Master though, aren't you? So you have to be like at least like 30 or 40.
He's
I'm
or he's a
trying.
Padawan.
Mentally. I'm a Jedi Knight. I
Yeah.
graduated Padawan last year, actually. So
There you go.
Yeah, what's the tiers? I don't remember. Is it Padawan, Knight, and then Master, or is there another one?
Yes,
No,
Padawan
well,
Knight and Master. I
Master,
know
then
because I'm a Dark
Grandmaster.
Jedi and I don't care about the Jedi Order. I just do Force stuff on my own.
So then you shouldn't know.
You
if
gotta
didn't
get it
care.
to get it.
Although I had to research some enemy.
Oh, I
Oh,
see.
so I'm your enemy, Hank?
Well, it's only like on Wednesdays or something.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Wednesdays. I'll put that on my notes.
Yeah,
So Wakanda will only be at war with you on Wednesdays.
pretty much.
Okay.
Sometimes Friday, but it's usually Wednesday.
Okay.
Good.
That works. Okay. Yeah, I fix my schedule. But yeah, it's younglings to Padawans tonight, then to Master, then it's the High
Grandmaster.
Council, and then it's Grandmaster.
So how do the lightsabers play into that? Because I know like there's the different lightsaber colors for different. I don't know if it corresponds with those levels, but like I know what Mace Windu has the purple. Do you know about that?
They're
You just
prepared
gotta get
individual.
to You want me to rant about this?
Yes, but as far as I know, they're just per person or per crystal. But I have both.
Yeah, you can rant about whatever. I don't know. I was just trying to remember. It's been a while. I'm not a Star Wars nerd anymore.
Well, the all right, now I gotta open up my FI here. Okay. All right,
It's all good. Yeah,
right.
you got this.
Okay. All right. Okay. So the blue lightsabers for the Jedi is for those are more like the frontline warriors and more into combat and more physical. But the green lightsaber Jedi are more mental and in touch with the Force. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what about purple?
I have no idea.
Is it for black dudes?
Yeah, that's like made up, but it's just pretty much just like for those that are like not gray Jedi, but they're halfway between like Sith and Jedi. Like,
Okay. Yeah. Interesting.
Well, Sith is a special category. There's only 2 of them, but they do run a lot of things.
It's a religion. Sith is a religion.
Well, yeah, it's like it's kind of like a religion, but it's really more like a they're like the top tier guys. Like there's a couple top tier Dark Jedi. I'll call themselves Sith. After that race they oppressed. That also called the Sith.
I think the Sith is the whole religion. I think they have a whole bunch of them. There's not just 2.
Yeah, until they killed the rest of them, then they just said the rule 2.
I think
Memo,
there's...
look, there's nerds in here.
Yeah.
yeah.
But yeah,
Chris, you just love calling us nerds.
We are.
I'm in here, man.
Yeah.
Is being a nerd a bad thing?
I don't think so.
No.
Exactly.
But you just like to call us nerds.
Yeah, I do.
Well, that's what you are.
How's your family doing, Chris?
Oh, they're doing good.
Yeah.
Yeah. The kiddos starting to climb on everything, so we gotta kind of kid-proof the house a little bit because not have them get to wires and such as easily. So that's been a bit of work. But yeah, things are going well. There's probably other things, but I forget them. But yeah, I was thinking earlier, I was listening to what Anna and Nanny were saying about having partners that are like whatchamacallit, like what's the word?
Roommates?
Like roommates, right? And I don't know if it's just because me and my wife have been together for close to 2 years now. And if things are still exciting, but I feel like we always have stuff to talk about. I don't know. It's like, and I don't even feel like we have a lot in common. We're just always talking about things, and it's always interesting for both of us, which I feel very lucky about. But yeah, I don't know if that fades with time. I assume it probably does after you've gone through talking about so many things. I don't know. Annie, enlighten me.
Well, I think, that can happen, that you know someone so well that you've had all of the conversations. But also with me and Russ, it's like he is just not. It's like
It's more like, was it ever a conversation?
never,
Yeah.
never.
It was
No,
always
it was like the topics that we can talk about together that he will engage in. He's sort of in control of that. So if I get really curious and I'm diving into something, or just all my what ifs, like I wonder if blah blah blah, or philosophical things, it's almost like he thinks it's embarrassing. Why do you think about philosophical things? Why do you so deeply, or the nature of reality, or human nature? He almost thinks it's like that's lame, that's a waste of time to talk about. So I can't talk to him about those things. I have to find other people. And then also, like, my sleep processing, if I want to share it with somebody, he is not the person to share that with, or not the person to help me process anything. So I have to find people outside of my relationship to do that with. And I have Jess. So I have my friend Jess. We send Marcos back and forth, and I can share my processing with her.
Yeah, it's cool that you guys are still doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is Jess that one, the twin type?
No, yeah, but we're not. So initially it was like a maybe she was my twin. She was hard to figure out, and then she turned out to be this rare Pokemon type that they didn't have yet in their database.
Oh, okay. But that was the one you interviewed, like a year or two ago, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and then I did an update interview.
Wow. Yeah, I know. I'm a good stalker.
Yeah, I did an update interview with her she didn't go through officially the OPS, but she was done in CRG when Shan was there, right? So Shan confirmed.
Yeah.
She's like SITI or yeah.
Yep.
Oh, is she like a sleep consume play or sleep consume blast?
Her consume is third.
Just play last.
Yeah,
okay.
so what we have in common, we have play last in common, but her play is like double. It's masculine. She's way more playful than me.
Yeah. Well, I don't know where we're at, but to drag the conversation kind of back to the spouse thing. I heard this interesting thing it's actually this Goober guy. I think he's really dorky. He feels like some kind of like a NIFE guy. But anyway, I really hate his channel. He's like psych hacks or something on YouTube, and he's gone on some podcasts. Anyway, really goofy guy. I can't. What's that?
Yeah, I watch him. Continue.
Yeah. Hank seems like he'd be into him. Anyway, he seems like almost low key like red pill a little bit, because Hank, you're like red pill, right?
So technically, I'm blue pill, but that's because of the way I define blue pill. So I don't think that stupid dating rituals actually work. So if you're not getting dates, don't waste your money on the rituals or your courses, because they're not going to help you anyways. So technically, I'm blue pill, but I'm aware of how stuff works. Like red pill's marketed for, even though that doesn't really actually help you with that.
Okay, my translation is that means you're red pill, but yeah, that's cool. We can have different definitions. So that guy was talking. He said something pertinent to that I think is really interesting about, because I don't know, having a relationship and a spouse or partner is obviously a very complicated thing. And he was saying something that was actually one of the few things I've heard from him that made me like him a little bit more. And he said I was always looking for girls to date that I could talk about physics with. And then he was then eventually one day I yeah, right. Then he was I learned I don't need my partner to talk about these things with. I have other people that can occupy that space. And that's one thing that I when I initially met my wife, I feel like she's gotten way more philosophical in her thinking, probably just from being around me enough. But not that I necessarily impose that on her, but that was one of the things that I remember accepting is like, like I have Dragon's Neck to go talk to, or I have somebody here. I guess I wasn't here at this point in time, but I had like other people I could go talk about deeper things with. And I feel like in the culture today, people are, much like people can have this view if they want, but I feel like it's not going to lead you to a great place if your partner has to fulfill like every single need under the sun. It seems just so unrealistic.
Yeah, that's what I call codependency.
Yeah, something like that. But anyway, so with my wife, I can have, there are a lot of interesting conversations we can have, but like I don't expect to be talking to her about my Excel sheets and their formulas at work and expect her to be interested. Like it just doesn't work like that. But yeah, I don't know. Does anybody else see that though? Like, do you feel like people put too much pressure on relationships these days, or am I crazy?
Yeah, it's definitely a stigma of social media.
Yeah. So I watch a lot. I love the show like Married at First Sight or Love is Blind.
Oh, Love is Blind is great.
Yeah, like from for studying the personalities. I kind of have a love-hate relationship with it. It's ridiculous the expectations that these people have, and it's embarrassing when you have like two people in the pods, they can't see each other, and one of them says, "Do you like chocolate cupcakes?" And the other one says, "Yeah, I love chocolate cupcakes." And they're like, "Oh my God, really? We have so much in common." And it's just like so embarrassing. Like y'all are idiots. Like this is not
raise your standards.
And they have an expectation. They want to come out of there with a husband or a wife. And so they're jumping on any little thing. Oh, you like kitty cats? Oh my God, same. Me too. It's just, it's dumb.
So it's pretty much consumerism cults rather than a relationship. It's just, you consume a thing together, and that's kind of, I don't know. I don't like it.
It's just also watching their dynamic. Like you have a little bit of insecurity in the beginning of a relationship, or maybe you're really tuned in to, you don't know the person's pattern. So maybe you feel insecure because like, oh, he's quiet right now. But the expectations are crazy. Like expecting your partner to always be on, like leave the guy alone. Like let him go on a walk by himself. He needs some time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really fascinating.
Have you watched the most recent seasons recently?
Oh, I'm on now. They're dubbing them, so now I'm on like Germany and Mexico. Yeah, because I won't read subtitles. I can't read. I can't read basically. I mean, I can, but I'm really slow. I'm really slow, and I'm more of a listener. So a lot of times I'm doing other things. I can't like watch the words. But yeah, so I think I did Sweden. I'm still waiting for the reunion to come out or something.
That's an interesting way to learn. Learn about like the dating culture in different places of the world.
Yes, that's because they have like Japan or something. I'm really curious about that. But like even just Germany, is different. And
you're making me jealous. I need to get a VPN or whatever.
Why do you need a VPN for that?
I don't think they have the maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just stupid and wrong.
No, this is new. New on Netflix. Yeah, they've got all these ones that are now dubbed in English. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm just out of the loop. I don't keep too much track of Netflix. In fact, I never go on Netflix except for that show, just because my wife likes watching it, and then she got me into it. So.
Oh, you mean you don't watch TV for like 6 hours a day?
I pretty much just watch YouTube exclusively, and it's usually when I'm doing something else. So, or I try to keep it that way, but I'll definitely get hooked on YouTube and go down the rabbit hole about telepathic autistic kids or whatever.
Yeah, I'm just consuming all day long, all different platforms, but just like consuming in the background while I'm doing other stuff.
Yeah, my brain really needs a break. I hit a capping point usually at about 4. My brain really slows down, and at that point I usually try to get like a rote task that I can do and just have no like input. Otherwise, it'll like really frazzle my brain for the rest of the day. So it's like a processing time. I need like a good processing time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So otherwise, I try to be listening to something if I'm not doing that.
That's interesting.
What part?
Like having like not watching videos or movies.
Well, it's especially hard just because right now I specifically have a lot on my plate that I'm trying to get done. Like for this period of time, it's kind of wishy-washy. Like right now I'm trying to edit a really long video and I unfortunately can't really listen to something and consume it properly while I'm also editing my own voice with images. It just doesn't work that great.
What are you editing a video for?
So it's something very nerdy. It's something that I talked about like 2 years ago with Dragon's Neck. I was going on a rant about with like video games. It's such a can of worms to open, but basically people have, I think, incorrect expectations for certain video games. Specifically, it's a dissection of Dark Souls and whether the games are fair or not. And so I'm doing like a deep dive. It's like almost straight up philosophical. It gets
so he's doing a documentary. He's doing a documentary exploring if video games
it's more
are too
like an
hard.
analysis.
Exploring video games are too hard, and no, they're not. In fact, they're too easy. Weaklings.
No, that's not the question. What I'm trying to dissect is fairness a like degree of even measurement in games. So it's more of a philosophical analysis of games and how we view games.
Get good. Get good.
No, not that. So anyway, now that I've bored you with that explanation, never ask me about my video again.
I have an idea.
We'll ask you for the link
we can
once
get
you're
the
done.
Game Shark back. We can get the action replay, the Game Shark back for the weaklings that can't play games. I know they want to do anti-cheat stuff, but I don't care.
Game Shark.
Well, action replay. Yeah.
Hank, have you played Dark Souls before?
I haven't played Dark Souls before, but I played NetHack before. And which one's harder?
I don't know. I haven't played NetHack.
I have no idea.
But yeah, so I'm trying to make the video like I'm trying to like really crank up, and I want to have as high of a production value. I'm really having to kick myself in the rear end because I'm producing it so slowly that it's been like 8 months in the making or so.
Wow.
And I'm just moving slowly, but it's also because I started from scratch, so I needed to get like my own capture card for games, and then I needed to learn the editing software, which I'm still learning, but I needed to learn the basics and get used to it, and also get my own audio recording. Like I didn't have anything; I was starting from like straight scratch, and I was like, I want to make this video. So, yeah.
So you went for like a tough video to make, and it's your first one, like from scratch. Yeah.
Yes, that's how I want to do it because I want to cap out.
Ramping up like Dragon's Neck is doing with his game.
No. God, I like to hit. I want to hit like. I want to aim for see how far I can push it right at the beginning, and then scale down from there, and see if I can make things a little bit easier or simpler. Yeah.
It's probably easier that way than scaling up, because then you have to rest
Sounds like
on
you've learned a lot.
Bunch of work you already did. Then people just don't expect much from you. So it's probably better to do it that way.
Were you here earlier when Dragons was making a hill out of everything, and it just became too overwhelming?
Yeah. I talk about that with them all the time. Yeah.
Okay.
I know that. Yeah.
So you don't do that. You don't make the hill overwhelming. You're just like, we'll get through it.
I think I can sometimes, but I just kind of get over it and move through it. Yeah. I understand if things are difficult on the front end, you just move through it, and then everything progressively gets easier. Like I know that how that pattern works for myself, so I can usually move through it, even if it does get overwhelming. Like with the video where I'm like halfway through, it's an hour long, and I'm like, how much more of this is gonna suck? And then I'm just keep going. Yeah. I don't know. I've probably done it a lot more in the past. I feel like I probably had like 18 years of ruminating about doing everything, and then I never did anything. So now I'm like, all right, that's enough. I want to actually do stuff now. I wasted enough life. Yeah. Angel, you haven't talked. Give us the story.
I don't know. What do you want?
What have you been processing? Yeah.
He's been processing my type.
I don't know. I've just been processing a lot about I mean, still just socials trying to figure out what's what. Memos tight, the whole ESTP thing. That was goofy. But anyway. What else have I been processing? Honestly, I haven't really processed too much, if I had to be quite frank.
The same stuff.
Just the same stuff.
He's building on the same consciousness and making life.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I could show you my equation because that's something that I've been wanting to work on, but I haven't like pushed it forward any more than I have the last time I thought about it.
Sure, show us your equation.
I'll be back.
Oh, jeez. Oh, snap. He has equations. He's smart.
So what did you do for your birthday, Mimo?
Get my real ID because that's expiring, or the deadline is in May, which I had to do.
What a happy birthday. That's a good party.
Wait a minute. Excuse me. Is this for the state you're in or for everybody? Because I have not heard of that.
Everybody.
By May?
To fly domestically.
To fly. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should get it though, just in case I need to fly.
Yeah. So deadline's May 7th or something like that. And so yeah, I'm 21, so it's a good time to get my ID. So I did that.
Well, wait, you're 21. That means you can drink legally there now? That's the age, right?
Yeah.
But you're not touching alcohol.
No.
No, hold on a second though.
Yeah.
You have a passport. So why do you need a real ID? Can't you just use a passport within the States? I believe you can. That's why, like, if you're gonna pay money for something, it makes more sense to just pay for a passport because then you can go to the whole world.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
It's all a scam though. It's whatever. So
yeah, it's just capitalism.
We guys got it over with, and then we got Whataburger, which is my trauma bonded food I desire the most.
I have not had. I was thinking about Whataburger yesterday. I've not had that in like 30 years at least.
That was my dinner every single night at college. Literally.
I loved it when I lived in Texas when I was little.
You.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think I've had Whataburger. Where is that generally located at?
Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember? Do they still have the same commercial? They had the best commercial. The song.
I don't remember that.
It was a song like "What a Burger, just what a burger should be." I don't know. It was really great. It was a great song.
Yeah, it is May 7th. I didn't even. I guess I got it right.
Oh, there's a whole bunch of different things you could use, not just a real ID.
Real ID.
Yeah, passport works. There's something called DHA Trusted Travelers Card, a DOD card, permanent residence card. I don't know what that even is. Border crossing card.
Acceptable.
Yeah, you got to be careful. You don't want to get deported.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Tribal Nation card.
Yep.
HSPT. That sounds like STD. I don't even know what that is.
It sounds like an STD.
Yeah. Foreign government issued passport. Canadian provincial driver's license. U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Service Employment Authorization.
Wait,
card.
you could get a Canadian provincial driver's license to travel domestically?
In the U.S., yes. Yeah, you can get Canadian driver's license.
Oh.
And travel to the U.S.
Or an Indian
and
Northern Affairs Canada card.
Yep.
You have one of
probably
those?
for like Alaskans, I would assume.
Yes. U.S. Merchant Mariner credential. Veteran Health Identification card. So you don't necessarily need a real ID, but you need any of these to fly.
Those are all real IDs. What do you mean you don't need a real ID?
Are they all real IDs? Are you sure?
I think they're all real IDs.
I'm not sure. But it may be cheaper to get one of these cards. Get your border crossing card instead. I don't know.
Oh, Benjamin, have you been to the States before?
I have, yeah.
Where did you go, or how? You never lived here, right? Because you lived in Canada and Israel.
Yeah, when I was younger, we drove out to Vancouver. So on the way back, we went through the States. 1 second, Angel. We'll get to your formula.
Right.
Yeah. You took too long.
Yeah, that's fair.
Demon Blast.
Yeah, Demon Blast. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. And then we went to Buffalo a few times and then Florida.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, Florida's pretty
It's
nice.
Open border, easy to go there. Just no reason to, and most of the time.
Weird.
Yeah.
Nice.
Lower quality people are there. That's all.
In the U.S.
Yeah.
Amen. Amen.
Not valid, especially in Florida.
All right. Okay, Angel. Let's see your formula.
All right.
Let's see. Soul Leo.
I'd rather go hang out with the Native American tribes.
Oh, also, XP means experience.
Okay, so emotion is equal to what is that?
Present experience plus perspective times value, all divided by past experience.
Okay. All right. What does that even mean? Because
So-
that's not math.
They're variables.
These are all
Benjamin.
abstract concepts. These aren't
Yeah, you need to get the rest of the book.
units, right? They don't have units. Any of
Yes,
these.
they do. You probably made units.
This, quite literally, present experience is just SE. Like, it's just the data you're taking in.
What if you don't have SE?
Well, okay.
What if you're an INFP like Mimo?
Well, okay, so
he has
I'm
SE.
using conceptual, like conceptually speaking, it's SE, but like
It's not prioritized
on a-
FCs. He has
on a
it,
practical
but
level, it would just be what's constantly the data you're taking in, like your senses, the temperature, the visuals. It's just that. Now, as for past experience, it's basically emotion, and then just put in place for past experience. Does that make sense? So it'd be, I guess you could, if you really wanted to break it down, it'd be all divided by present experience plus emotion, I would assume. But yeah.
Okay, what is the formula useful for?
Basically, this is going to be used for the AI that I'm going to build.
Okay. And what value gets spit out? Like what comes out of the formula?
What comes? Oh, emotion.
And it's like from 1 to 100. Are you normalizing it? What does that even mean?
That's where I need a mathematician to help me figure it out,
okay.
and I also need to figure out the rest of the variables and how to quantify them.
Well, okay. Good luck.
you know who done? You know who done quantified those variables already?
Who's that?
Isabel Myers. She quantified those variables.
Right, the best typology system lady in the world.
Oh yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
She's not the best, but she's the easiest to use.
Okay, I see. Mm-hmm.
The most practical.
Yes, most practical.
More practical than practical personality, you'd say.
I haven't heard of practical person, so I had to get back to you on that.
So okay, so by default, it probably is.
I don't know. I need to look into practical personality.
Okay.
So I'll get back to you.
Okay.
Is that the ISTP and ESTJ lady?
Yeah.
Yeah. Felix and what's her? Yeah.
Holly.
Anyway. Yeah. Does anybody know them?
No.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Okay, I didn't know if they just popped up in the community like with their channel, and I was like, I've never heard of them before. But I've also haven't really been around.
They were both in CRG for a while.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Yeah. Interesting.
Also, I realize you're kind of tired, Ben, but whenever you were showing us your framework, it looked like you had some kind of electronic diagram. I'm not exactly sure what it was. Whenever you were explaining binary cognitive mechanics.
Right. Yeah, I have a few things there. I actually sent it this week to somebody, that one, because it was for AI.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
So someone's already working on it. All right. So I'm behind. That's what I'm here.
You are behind.
No, you're not behind.
Right. There's more than somebody. There's more than one somebody working on it.
Wait, what's being worked on?
Everyone is working on their own version of OPAI.
Yeah.
a thing now. It's happening.
Yeah, that's what's so great about OPS. Everyone has their own system.
There you go. Hank just keeps finding great things about OPS.
Okay, so wait. Okay, I thought about an experiment that I someday want to get the resources to pursue. Although we'll see if that happens. So I thought, okay, you can, because everybody's interested in OP theory or OPS theory, but I feel like nobody's. We've talked about this before, Ben. I think. I feel like the huge issue, the problem with it all, is nobody can ground anything in measurable data. Like we can't actually. There's nothing being physically measured, which is a huge problem with all of it.
Is that a problem, Hank?
So,
well, you got the coins and stuff, and you just pick your own threshold. But it's hard to compare one to another because we set their own thresholds. So
yes.
So if you try to communicate it, then there's a problem. But if you just
I already know what you think. I already know what Hank thinks. I don't need your opinion, Hank. I already know what you think. We already know the definition of definition. We don't need to go down that rabbit hole. Okay. So what I'm thinking here is if we could, if I say we, if I could scam some people to helping me, and we could formulate someday formulate some questions. So like we would need to find a question or questions, multiple, that would cause stress, because that's what the whole thing is based off of technically, as far as I can find out, is it's stress based. So if we can find mental or cognitive stress for each individual, for the individual type. So if we just focus on like the four whatever they are, IJEP, EJIP. So what you do is you get up, like you have 3 questions for each type that will quote unquote cause stress, which needs to be tested, and we need to figure out what that is. And then we need to get brain scans of some kind, which I looked into a little bit, but I don't know that much about. So what you do is you ask Benjamin, supposedly if he's an IP, then we ask him, all right, give us a 3-sentence description of your closest relationships or whatever. And so because he's demon DE, that should cause stress. Yes, theoretically. And maybe the question is formulated poorly, but for like an IJ of some type, it'd be like a detail. For me specifically, I feel like the question that would hit me is like, tell us a detailed description of your desk environment. And I feel like that would cause me the most stress if I'm not currently at the desk. It would like stop my brain, and I would have to think about it. So if we measure out then the response time.
What was that?
Was that the same for you, Mimo? Being an INTJ?
Oh, right. Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Describe your desk environment if you're not at the desk.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, like we could have that's like describe your desk environment, describe your car or like your room or something. We could do a couple of them, like a couple of those questions, right? And so then if we could measure the response time, the mental cognitive stress, if that's something which I was looking into. I don't know if that's actually how it comes out, but I think it's stress.
To measure. You just look at the capacitance in their skin. You don't even need a brain scan.
Yeah, exactly.
That makes sense. Yeah, because they do that with lie detectors, don't they?
Yeah.
So okay, so then you also need like then you could start measuring the answers. So if you got a questionnaire with 3 questions aimed at each of like the 4, you could aim for 4 or like 8 types if you want to do like each IJ. Then we sat down and we got like 100 people to go through this. Theoretically, we should come out with some kind of patterns to start making sense of it. As far as I figure, this would be the way to go if we wanted to actually prove OPS. Anyway, thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Great. Why is Hank laughing so much?
Encore. I want to hear more about this.
He's done though.
That's as far as I've gotten. Yeah, I came up with this idea like 3 days ago or something. So
you're good.
To me.
Great idea.
Chris, since I'm a neuroscience major, I'm actually required to do research. Do I have your permission to steal your idea?
Yeah, steal my idea. Go for it. I would love for somebody to actually start proving something rather than just talking about it all on a theoretical level, because I see the same thing where everybody in their mom and their dog and their dog's turds are coming up with theories about OPS and nobody knows what anything is. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You noticed that?
I got you. I can do that. All I needed was the NI. I can go do it.
Yeah. Anybody can go do it. I don't need permission. You don't even need to. Okay, maybe put my name at the end, just like inspired by Christopher Wadlow, but yeah, that's all. I'll take that.
All right, I got you.
That's a good
Well,
idea.
someone else
I
thought of the
totally
idea
agree
before
with
you
Chris
did,
on this.
Chris.
What's up?
What if someone else thought of this idea before you did?
Well, they didn't talk about it, so suck my dick.
And they didn't do it yet.
Well, maybe they just
They
on a
didn't,
different
they didn't
channel.
scam Angel into doing it for them yet.
Exactly.
Oh, Memo, sorry about that. My mother needs help with groceries.
Oh no, you're good. You're good.
Sorry, Mom. I didn't mean to be talking about dicks around you.
She probably likes him. I mean, she has a kid.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Bro.
A lot of double deciding going on right now.
Oh shit. Okay, that was a good one. I have no riposte, my friend. Chris, I really liked your idea, man. Because it's fundamentally driven in fear and discomfort and just overall negative emotion, right? So if we're going to measure something, it needs to be that. And of course, obviously, you're going to contrast it with, I guess, positive emotion, however it is that you measure that, right?
Well, the good thing is you don't even need to be a good typer to do it. You just need to know the questions and get the data, and then you can get their type.
Right.
So, like,
Exactly.
it's kind of wasted that Angel's doing it because he's such a great typer.
Yes.
Well, actually, no, I would actually think that's a benefit because I could actually verify.
Oh,
Yes.
okay, all right.
It's a job creation program. You need 100 people to go over this. So
Chris,
it's a good
this
job
is the
creation
thing, though.
program.
This is the thing, actually. We could actually go and get these people that if this got turned into something legitimate, we could go find some of the people that Dave and Shan or CRG are typing, and we could plug them into the questionnaire and have them monitored, sit them down, get them comfortable, and actually see if people are typing correctly. Like, that would be cool. We would go off of the data and not off of somebody's opinion. It would be really cool.
Yeah.
No, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, you proved my
First,
type.
you need to establish like a correlation, because you need a reference point. Like, you need to use the official guesses to draw a map of like, okay, this kind of response is associated with this kind of type first, I think. You can, or are you suggesting that you just start a kind of like, quote unquote, forget OP completely and just start measuring their stress levels and then extrapolate what their type is out of the stress levels? And no, you kind of need the framework to fit the stress level somewhere, right?
Well, obviously, that's why they use Young as the basis, as the establish an archetype, saying this is the most extreme of this thing, the corner case, and that's why. But you don't need to do that.
You just use
So I
MBTI,
actually
right?
had to do something similar to that.
No, MBTI just kind of falls out, but don't worry about that.
But I was gonna say I already had to do like basic. I had to do research already, but not.
Oh my God!
For actual
You okay?
neuroscience. But anyway, it was just on music and heart rate. But anyways, it was just something stupid, whatever, just to get the credits, whatever, get it over with. But anyway, so we had to establish a baseline, and then you actually like do the the experiment portion. So it's not difficult.
Yeah, and like measuring skin capacitance is also pretty easy.
Yeah, it's really not that hard.
Yeah.
And if
I'm a
neuroscience major, I could actually do both the capacitance and the
EEG.
The EEG, or what's it called?
Since you're a neuroscience major, you should know what it's called.
Yeah, I know. It's somewhere. It's feminine sensory. It's somewhere in there.
I understand that so well. Forgetting like literally what you ate a couple of minutes ago. Relatable.
Conceptually, I know how it works. I know what it is, but I don't remember the name.
I don't remember the words. Yeah.
Actually, that pissed me off because my instructor, he asked like 10 different questions. Like, what is this? What is that? I'm like, oh God, dude. I know what it is, but I forgot what it's called.
You understand it, but you can't remember the words.
No, I can't remember what it's called.
Yeah.
And of course, he was like some kind of IJ, so of course that's what he was gonna ask. I should have known. But anyway.
Yeah, those IJs.
Yeah, I hate those guys. They annoy me so much. I'm racist against them.
I will say though, I am pretty glad that I went through the class, because now that I actually know like the body and how it functions, then I can actually I'm required to take a class on DNA, so that'll be interesting figuring it out.
So guilty conscience or stoners, like those are the two problematic things with lie detectors. I thought it was if you clench your butthole, then you screw over the lie detector.
Yeah, I was gonna say, isn't there a couple ways? I think there's a couple ways you can get through that. The lie detectors. They're not. I know that they can't use them to prosecute people. They're just like I remember hearing a case about is one of those dudes who like murdered his whole family because he was a psycho or something, and the police brought him in and they ended up actually getting him with the lie detector, but it wasn't the lie detector. It was basically telling him like, oh, we know you're lying. And so that's how the cops, at least in America, that's how they use it. They use it as like a coercion method.
Oh, yeah.
They also use it on those talk shows to prove that someone was cheating or not.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Aren't there some states where they accept lie detector results as valid evidence in court? I read this somewhere. I'm not sure if this is true.
So wait, if you can't accept lie detectors as evidence, then you shouldn't be able to accept it as typing someone.
How do you figure that?
It's the same mechanism.
Oh, well, that's why I was recommending like brain scans and things. So I was thinking of a merging, not lie detector, but like if you're doing the skin receptors plus
stress detector.
adding brain scans. That's why I had brain scans initially.
I don't think they accept brain scans in court either.
I don't.
You can also get their breath and heart rate and stuff like that too.
Yeah, well, there's a couple different brain scan methods I was looking into, so it might depend on what kind of data they show. But there's like there's one where you have to like ingest a liquid or whatever, and then it shows like coming off of the brain wherever there's activity. I was reading up on them just a little bit at work.
Yeah.
But there's a couple different methods, so I feel like we would apply them and see like, are they correlating, getting like what you'd have to go. I feel like you'd have to go deep into that research to understand how it all works.
It's probably not even necessary. I mean, the shrinks diagnose people without brain scans. I got a couple autists diagnoses, no brain scans, just questionnaire that they fill out. So
yeah, shrinks know how to diagnose people.
Well, they got state licenses that says they can.
That's right.
Oh, and another part of the experiment that I was thinking about is you would want to make the people feel as relaxed as possible. So I feel like it would be hard supposedly it would be hard with like an IP or an EJ to get them to be comfortable, quote unquote. I don't know. But like, then I was thinking like, okay, if you have like an IP over here and he's scared to share his answers, the whole idea would be all you would need to know is what question they're on. You wouldn't actually even need to get the answer off the paper. They could actually shred it afterwards and you'd still measure the responses so that they could potentially make them more comfortable. That was one thing that I was thinking about, of like, how are you going to measure the stress if the people are already stressed being in this environment potentially? Or an IJ who's just a weirdo and is scared of existing or something.
Yeah,
you'd get also an EDOM that would be stressed the whole time because they have to fill out the paperwork. Maybe what if they made a mistake?
That's true.
Yeah, if only you can like streamline it so that the answer is always a number, and then you can just calculate the result then and there.
Yes.
Well, okay. Well, at this point, that we need data. So, Annie, what do you think would be like a type of question that you think would stress you out? Would it be the paperwork itself? Would that stress you? The questionnaire?
Fill out this form perfectly. Enter these numbers in these boxes.
Yeah. So the thing about multiple chat, the SI, the concentrating on filling things out is stressful, but also with like multiple choice tests, it's like the OE of you did not word this specifically enough. Like I would go up to the teacher and say, you wrote this question wrong because look, it could be this, or it could also be this, it's like the OE of like seeing all the connections. So like I don't know if I can come up with a good example. So, but in terms of things that stress me out, it would be like the chaos, like any kind of physical chaos, I guess.
Yeah, if you had like an answer form, so like what would be a question that you think would cause you, what would be a question that would cause you stress? And it doesn't necessarily have to be, you don't have to think about it in terms of like EP-ness or whatever. You don't have to form, just like what is a question that you think like puts a lot of mental load? Like again, for me, if you ask me about my car, I know my load, my brain takes a dip and I have to think about that a lot. Like I'm like, oh, what's in my car? I have like a purple duck on the dash. It's dirty. I think my wife left some trash. Like it just immediately my brain is like, oh crap, the car. What about the car?
That's relatable.
So is there any kind of a question that I could ask you right now that you think would cause that kind of like, I don't know, whatever that is, because I can't,
Tiago's also
the feeling.
Apparently.
That's true.
Also, what? Sorry.
What question would stress you out if we were to ask you right now?
Yeah, I just don't know if it's because I mean I can think of things specific to me, but I don't know what it has to do with type. Like last time you were asking me about like when I talk about financial stuff or my business, like how things are being self-employed, that stresses me out, but I don't think it has anything to do with type. Maybe
yeah, and that's fine. I feel like if like you just give me that answer and then I go ask 100 more EPs, I could like eventually figure out what is the commonalities of it. So like that's fine. That's it. I think that's a good.
Yeah,
good
I mean
start.
maybe something about pathways, like where do you want to if you had to choose one career for the rest of your life, what would it be? That's stressful because it's closing down pathways. It's closing off options.
Yeah, I don't find that stressful. I find that just stupid. I just go, that's retarded. I'm not gonna have one job for the rest of my life. But it doesn't stress me.
It's not
if you
realistic.
had to eat one thing for the rest of your life, what would it be?
Oh yeah, sushi.
Sushi? You're already narrowed down any.
Oh yeah, but a question that does stress me out, like I see on Facebook, like oh my gosh, this drives me crazy. What's your favorite novel What's your favorite novel you ever read? I mean,
I hate that stuff too.
Do not make me pick one. I mean, like if I have a gun to my head, then I would say like, okay, The Road, but like that's not a true answer.
Oh, you've read The Road?
Pick one.
I've always wanted to read that book.
Like 10 times. It's so good. It's not that long. It's really
good.
Yeah, have you watched the movie?
Yeah, I have, but the book's way better. I mean,
I figured the movie was kind of weird. I was like, oh, okay.
I mean, the book, it's Cormac McCarthy. You can't do that in a movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what's good about it. It's the writing. Doesn't translate to a movie. Yeah.
Sorry, just to answer Chris's question, I have a couple that I know instinctively would immediately put me types of questions that would immediately put me like in a sort of stressed processing kind of like situation, like anything that's memory based in a context where that information is really necessary. Like there's some important work that needs to be done and I need to remember something that I heard, happened, factual information yesterday, 2 days, a week, whatever. That immediately just stops my brain completely because I just.
What's your social security number?
404 dash.
What are your credit card numbers?
You're not supposed to give that out online.
My wallet, because like that's what I'm used to do. I rely on my wallet to like pick up my card and read that for people because I don't remember. Fuck, you got me stressed. God damn it.
Yeah, I'm gonna say I don't remember too. So I'm gonna claim I don't remember it.
But it's like it's interesting because like people can't like not remember stuff and be fine with it. But with me, it's just so it affects personally in my personal experience. It affects me a lot because I really am very forgetful. I'd say a little bit more than average, and I've always been like this as far as I can remember. But
yeah, you have me beat. I know my social.
I know mine.
I won't disclose that I know my social, but I don't think I do.
I don't know my social security, but I know my citizen sort of number. Here in Europe, it's I don't know how to translate it to English. I know a couple of numbers, but I don't know the social security.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah.
That's the same thing,
we're getting you off track though. So what are some of your other answers? Like what are some of the other stressful things?
Sometimes people ask me like, "What did I do today?" or did I do like this week or something, and I just
Yeah, that
blank
would
out.
annoy me.
I have like no idea what I did.
I feel like
Like,
it's annoying just because I don't want
I'm
to
just
tell people
passive.
that.
It's not just that. It's like a gap. Like I don't know. Like time just skips by, and I just don't remember things.
I get that a little bit too. Like when people ask me at the checker at the grocery store, like, what have you, I don't know, even like, what have you got going on today? I mean, I usually have something, but they'll say like, how was your week or something? I'll be like, I don't know, what day is it? I don't know.
What was
So
your
many
last
things.
instance of synchronicity? That would freak me out.
Why?
Why? Because synchronicity, I don't know, it's woo.
Wait, what's synchronicity? What's that?
Yeah.
Basically, there's a big universal clock and everything's connected somehow. So like me putting this phone down, it's gonna trigger something. Yeah.
Wait, and that.
Angel, why did you feel the
out?
responsibility to blast that out just now to us? Like, why were you the blaster?
Why? Because he asked what.
Ooh.
It's in his NI.
It's in my NI.
Ooh, this might be checkmate, bro. No, I'm kidding.
But then you do notice synchronicity, because I've heard you say it before. You notice it.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, you notice it, and then you're like, "Is this a false positive? Is this like what's going on here?"
You don't know if when someone asks you that, it makes you uncomfortable because you haven't concluded whether or not, like, is that a real thing or is it just coincidence? Is that why?
Sort of, yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, I can relate to that. Yeah. It's like because if someone asks me, "What do you think of God?" I'm like, "Oh shit! All right, hang on."
So I have a conclusion on this one. Imagine that. So Vsauce, if anybody knows him, I can link the video. Vsauce put out a video like 5 years ago or something, I remember watching, where he talks about the probability of something unlikely happening. Like you have to expect, like there's a probability of things kind of like magically happening every so often. You should actually expect
likely.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. So that's something I latched onto years ago, and I feel like I kind of already knew it, and that just put it into words of just like, yeah, every so often like weird stuff just happens, and that's actually normal. Weird stuff happening is normal, which is a funny phrase, but
that's why you can get false positives. Yeah. Or maybe they're all just false positives.
True. But anyway, stress. So Benjamin, do you think it would be stressful if you got asked the question of like, describe what 5 close people are doing today in their life, or like what do you think would be a stressful question for you?
Stressful wouldn't be describe 5 people or like talk about other people, because I would just not know. I wouldn't be stressed about it, about not knowing.
Okay.
I just wouldn't know.
Yeah. So what do you think would be a formulation of that? I mean, also, if you don't know, that's fine.
Being like something to do with being put on the spot in front of other people. Like, come up with a question for this test that would put me in front of a panel and all of YouTube. That would stress me out. Yeah,
we already found the question.
There you go.
So you're always in hell when you're on these, just eternally burning.
Maybe if he's put on the spot, that's the most sort of intense moments.
Well, yeah, I think everyone, when they're put on the spot, that's when you get stressed, right?
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so but in your case,
depends.
Would you? It depends, of course. If at least if you're prepared for something.
Well, if you don't have a plan for it, if you're prepared for everything, Chris, you could never get stressed, right?
Well, no, I'm not saying I don't get stressed. I don't have a plan for everything. You know.
No plan can prepare you for everything, unfortunately.
Well, except for the plan to be unprepared.
Prepared, yeah, but that's no plan at all. So
Maya and I working pretty well so far. So 21 years straight. So I'm just kidding.
Your plan was just to stay alive. Yeah.
So theoretically, then, if we hook you up, if we got you into this test that I'm in, then you would just be perpetually stressed the whole time. Theoretically.
That's what he wants you to think.
That's what I want you to think. Yeah, I think it's different also on like what age was I or would I have been. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. But like if a bunch of people are watching, then yeah, that's stressful.
Okay, that's good to know. Then that's really fascinating. I feel like that we would maybe be able to, if we got enough data and did this, then we would eventually maybe tease out something for the IPs. But that would be interesting, just to be like, they walk in, get hooked up, and we're just like, if we have enough data, and we're just like, oh, that's an IP, just right away, see like the measurements.
Make an IP do something silly, in front of the tribe. Everyone else could do something silly. An IP won't do something silly.
Yeah.
Also, it might. Okay, yeah, we're trying to do this from like a actual measurable point of view. So obviously we have to define what variables we're measuring here, and so we point to stress. But it's not just stress. Oh, maybe you mentioned this before. I'm remembering it now. It could be also like response times. And when you measure the brain, it's like brain states in the sense of like, and again, I don't know anything about neurology, so please tell me I'm stupid if I say something that's really stupid here. But it's like,
well, we have a neuroscience student here, a neuroscience major here. So
okay,
he'll tell us the answers.
Yeah, he's listening.
Tiago, you are verified stupid. Trump told me the other night.
Damn, fuck! I should have voted for him. Then tell him how godlike he is. Maybe he wouldn't call me stupid then.
Duly noted.
I think that the stuckness, because the stuckness is sometimes, at least I personally experience when I have to deal with like pathways and observer stuff, is like in a way, this is going to sound why, but it's like in a way lack of preparedness. You know, like the brain muscle is not used to dealing with certain kinds of information, or remembering information, or communicating facts, or remembering facts, or being aware of facts, you know, and so that quote unquote brain muscle isn't developed. And so when you get asked that question, there should be some traceable, something that you can measure in the brain that shows that you're sort of unprepared to sort of answer that question. Not
Prove
just
it, Tiago.
from a stress level.
Prove it.
Yeah, that's why you have to measure it. And first of all, you need to understand what the hell you're talking about, which I don't. So,
what would stress Hangout?
The scammers?
No.
Scammers.
Not using a cool hat. He's also always using cool hats.
And I'm trying to think what would stress me out.
How do you feel about what is it, like, what if there's like a religion or like a viewpoint that you were taught as a kid that was like untrue, and you figured out later, like a philosophy? So if you were taught, like, I don't know, what's a religion you don't believe in? I assume you're not a Catholic, so because you like swear or something. But then again, maybe the Catholics are okay with that. I don't know. But yeah, if you're like incorrectly brought up as a Catholic, or are you a Catholic? I don't know. Tell me.
Are you talking about me? Sorry.
No, Angel.
No, I'm not Catholic.
Okay. So if
How
you're
do you
like
feel
brought
right
up,
now? That's a stressful question.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
What's a stressful question?
How do you feel right now?
How do I feel right now? At this moment, I feel fine. I'm just chilling, talking to y'all.
That you can answer that. That works.
Yeah, he passed the test. He's not an IP verified. He's the last IP.
I was actually thinking about that. Actually, like, how would you get Demon FE? You would have to actually. It's not asking them. You would have to ask them how they feel about somebody. That's for me. Like, if you ask me, how do I feel about? Yeah. Somebody,
how do you feel about your brother?
It ain't gonna be good.
Who's your brother? Tell me his name.
How do you feel about him?
His birthday, so I love him very dearly. No, I don't hate him.
What's his favorite snack?
Yeah, what's my
That's
favorite?
that's not a feeling
I
question.
do
That's
have a
okay.
favorite something of everything. So
It used to be Takis. Wait, hang on. Wait, hold up. Wait, shut up. hang on. It's chips. It's a type of chip. Hot Cheetos.
Yeah.
Hot Cheetos.
Yeah. Yeah. My current favorite. Yeah.
You have officially passed the test.
Yeah. Little do you know, I'm kind of sweating.
Yeah, right.
Y'all put me on the spot.
You see your hands sweating?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny.
So okay, how would you feel if you were taught like let's say the Earth was flat and like it's hard because this is theoretical, so I don't know how to get this into a more realistic frame here. So somebody else can maybe help me. But like if you're taught the Earth was flat and then you figured out at the age of 12 like the Earth isn't flat, or like Santa Claus, or if you're taught by the Catholics that you're not allowed to use a condom or whatever whatever they want to aim at, like do you feel like that information when you figure it out later, like you're pissed that people were shaping the information? Because I think that's kind of how the like DMNI comes out as far as I understand.
For me, no.
No, that's how I feel like. I don't know my type or whatever, but that's how I feel like it'd be for me, for like Demon Slayer or like the Jedi. It's not a religion, but it's like it's what I use for an inspiration. Like it's stupid, it's not real, of course, but I use that as an inspiration. So like if somebody was to like sabotage it, or George Lucas turns out to be a bad person, or I think that'd be like, oh dang, like I can't use that no more.
George Lucas having his freak out parties.
Yeah, like something like that. It was like
I think somebody's phone buzzing.
Sounds like it.
Oh, hold on.
Not mine.
Mimo's having a lot of trouble with his mic the whole stream.
Yeah. And here's text. Mom's calling us.
Yeah.
Whoa. Okay. Tiago is a better son than you. He got off to talk to his mom.
Yeah, I'm IP. I'm IP, so yeah. Yeah.
I have a friend who I'm relatively confident he's an IP, like an ISFP, and he went on an adventure to freaking travel, I'm from Portugal, so like Western Europe, and he went to like Far East Europe even recently, and he was telling me a story, and it was so interesting to notice how much sometimes the IPs are just not in touch or influenced by the tribe. He was telling me a story, like really calmly, about how much his mother cried about him traveling far away.
Yeah.
And he was like, yeah, my mother was like really crying and really mad and whatever, and he just went his merry way and did it anyways,
I would guess, Chris, the question you're asking is going to be stressful for Demon Consume. Like the updating is what you're asking, right? Like, did you ever have to update?
What did you learn today?
I think that can be part of it, but I think it can be the update, but there can also be like the
Oh no.
It can go both ways of like, did you change your worldview versus like, are you fed the wrong information? Like the people were controlling how you saw the world. So I think it can go both ways, and there might be a nuance to how to distinguish between those two. That's what I was trying to get at, but I think I did phrase it that way. Yeah.
Yeah, you suck.
I do. Yeah. I don't suck my own dick though. Only other people's.
Thank you. That would be a good feat if you were able to do that. You would never have gotten married.
Whoa. I don't know about that one.
You walked into it. I mean, why did you even bring that up? Anyways.
I was just having fun, man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, real quick, I'm trying to think. Like, how do you get Demon and For me, I don't think I really stress out a lot about like religion or anything. It's mostly like, I don't know, like
No, I know it. It's the narrative. I think it's the narrative thing. So it's like was somebody controlling the narrative is I think the like consolidation of that.
Manipulation, yeah.
The manipulation of the narrative.
I think it's also Demon DE is the narrative thing too.
I think it is.
Yes,
so it's probably both.
I've heard the fear of manipulation from both an ISTP who's blessed last and an ESTP who's blessed last, they're both afraid of the same fear of like manipulation. Literally,
manipulation, sure.
That exact word.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, you're saying.
But like the narrative wars, I don't even bother engaging in a narrative war. If like someone is blaming me for like how things happened, or they've got a story and they go around telling everybody, like that's not what I do. I don't go around telling everybody what happened and twist it around.
Yeah, that's a weird one because I feel like for me that doesn't really stress me out because I just assume, like, I look at the world and I'm like, everybody is either intentionally or unintentionally manipulating the narrative. That's how I see the world. So it's just, I just kind of like, I see it, but I don't think it causes any kind of I'm just like, yeah, that's what people do. I don't know. Maybe I'm a little bit pessimistic in that too.
No, it's good to know. Like that's what comforts me. Thinking, oh, they're just gonna see through it. Like people are just gonna see that they're crafting a narrative, right? And no, they don't. They just believe them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's especially bad when you get like the tribalism. Yeah, just people. They're just a part of the group, so it's like, oh, me, and Annie and Hank, we all live in the U.S. So if they say something that's stupid and incorrect, I'm just gonna not even think about it and jump on them because they're U.S. So they must, they're all vouch for them. And it's like, whoa.
That also depends on who is saying the narrative. Like if it's a person that everyone wants to sort of suck up to, even if like they know he's full of shit, they'll all, believe the narrative.
That's literally Trump followers. At least the ones.
It's literally
some of Trump followers. I'm not accusing everyone because I know that's not generalizable, but some Trump followers.
Is great with narratives, though. He's constantly pushing narratives.
Oh yeah.
I mean, yeah, he's good at it. He's good at what.
So that's not demon and I.
See, and this is the problem I have, like with what you said, Tiago. Though, is because you went like you corrected yourself, but it's like that's the Trump followers, and I'm just like, no, like you can't just no. You got to be a little bit more precise.
Because I speak before I think. I actually did not mean Trump followers in general.
That's fine. Yeah.
People that I know in my personal experience, who from a lot of conversations that I've had for like over a year. And I'm being very specific here. I'm not generalizing. That wasn't my intention with what I said, and I apologize for that. But the people that I know,
I was just going to accuse you of generalizing. Thanks for clarifying.
Yeah, I know I got to be careful with my wording. And basically, just the weirdest thing that Trump says, they just support it for no reason at all, and I could not find a reason. No matter how many conversations I had, I literally could not find any other reason other than
people have reasons. People have reasons, but they're not always explicit. Yeah, the people don't know how to actually always explain their reasons. That's a different problem.
I don't think people. I agree with you that every cause is an effect, but when it comes to like how people make decisions, I do think that the emotional tribalism aspect really does contribute to you making decisions and having opinions without you really understanding what the reasons behind those opinions, and so what I mean by this is, like, I see certain people, and I say this about Trump, I can say this about Biden, I can say this about any other political.
You can't say it about Biden. No one was vehemently in favor of him.
But basically, like, people can support just for the sake of tribalism, like they see other people believing in someone and they'll just follow after, and that's like
go check out.
Are you talking about OP?
No, but you could say that about OP somewhat. Yeah.
If I don't have all the information to explain on this, but there's this interesting channel called PF Young, and then Young is like Carl Jung, Jung, and he's an interesting quote unquote centrist. He actually, I think he has a freaking yin yang kind of a symbol for his thing. So anyway, but I think he's an American, and he talks about this thing where people use like memetics to make their decisions. So it's kind of like the tribalism thing of like, I trust my people. They all say Trump is good. I'm going to outsource my thinking and go with this, like the thinking or the values, whichever way it falls, or a combination. And then people will shortcut the thinking, and we can all do this to some degree, I think. But I think that's kind of what you're trying to aim at here. Is that right?
Yeah, Yeah, that's definitely a way to look at it. It's like it's easier to follow into a narrative than to actually get all the information and fabricate your own opinion sometimes, because it just takes much more time and energy.
Is that why people do it?
Yes.
Not always.
just
I think
lazy?
so.
Yes.
Yes.
But it does happen.
Absolutely.
Damn.
It's way more work
They're
to
just
think through everything.
intellectually lazy. Okay.
It's like think about it this way. It's like you're in a ship and there's a huge gust of wind sort of forcing you in one direction, and it's just easier to just go in that direction, you know.
Well, yeah.
Why would I
like,
think about it that way?
Well,
You wouldn't, but other people
my
would.
metaphor wasn't ST. wasn't well explained in the ST here. Yeah.
All right.
You're stressing Diago out, man. You're gonna cause him to explode.
I'm always about to explode. I'm always stressed.
So, think about it this way. Literally, 2 days ago.
Think about it this way.
No, I have an example.
Oh, you have a good
example
think about
to
it
share.
this way. All right, give us your think about it this way.
Yeah, think about it this way. So, like, it was yesterday or the day before. My brother-in-law sent a text to like a group message for my family, and he's black, so he sent the group message, and it was like an article saying how Trump had gotten rid of this. I don't remember what the article had said. I don't know if it's considered a bill or like how, I don't know the names of the government forms.
Executive order.
Here's my stress. Anyway, so but I was talking about how segregation was like no longer banned within government contracts, and I don't know if the article described that. So people were going like, "Oh, this is a bad thing because Trump is trying to bring back segregation." So it's like I could hop on that and read that article and just go, "Oh, Trump's getting rid of, he's bringing segregation back." Now, then I went and it's like at that point I have a choice. I could just go read that article and go, "Oh, Trump's bringing back segregation," and I can get on with my life.
Oh my God.
Or I can sit here for 30 minutes in my car before going into work and lose that hours to work and sit there and look up a bunch of articles and figure out what happened and realize, oh, the Bill of Rights is still there, and then send him a message and say, "I understand your fear. I don't think that's going to happen. Otherwise, there's going to be a civil war." And it's like, how much more time and work is that? So
yeah.
That's
There's so many dumb
That's the real
conclusions in
example.
articles that you could just take away from the headline. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Real quick, I want to jump in since we're talking about politics. So this is something I've been thinking about for a while.
Oh, you are removed. Oh, here we go.
Oh.
I tried to put Hank's thing on screen, but then he took it away.
Yep.
So I clicked you guys off right at the same time.
That was hilarious.
Yeah, Hank, it was so funny.
But what was I saying? Oh, Sam. There's this book I read. It's called Neither Wolf Nor Dog. It's about, I think I might have mentioned this in the past.
You have, yeah.
Okay. In the book, he basically talks about, well, it's a white guy writing for a Lakota man because the Lakota man wanted the white guy to write for him. And so basically,
Nemo's trying to open that without making noise.
Yeah, I'm trying. I know it.
Okay. So and so the Lakota man, he starts basically telling this white guy like lessons and observations he's made over the period of time that he's been alive about I guess society or white people to be more specific. But anyway, at a certain point, he starts talking about how women eventually are going to be taking over leadership positions, and that's something I've been like thinking about, like in the back of my mind, like over time. And
I think we're running that experiment right now, and it's not working.
Oh, so in the white guy was just dueling the whole time instead of writing it down?
What do you mean?
Oh, so you try to get the right guy to dictate what his story, and the white guy didn't pay attention? Is that...
But anyways, yeah, so I don't know. I just been thinking about that because like I think me and Memo, now I remember mentioning this and we talked about it a little bit, but like especially in like the native community, a lot of like I guess the women, the females are starting to like take leadership position in young adults. young adult women are taking leadership positions in organizations or like just in general creating their own like businesses.
Yeah, it's good because your men are falling behind.
Right. Well, and that's actually what he said is like that basically the men have fought so hard and they've lost so many battles that now it's time for the women to like take their place. And I've been like trying to reconcile that within myself because like I don't know. I think for myself it's like I don't know, like I guess like an ego hit kind of thing, if that makes sense.
Why? Because you're a man.
Yeah, basically.
But you don't have to fall behind.
Right, but like, but I guess what my point is like Dan's vision or his lesson is like, basically he's saying that's what's going to happen. It's inevitable, and that's where I'm like, okay, so like, what are the implications of that? And like, I would argue we're starting to see that. Like,
you might as well not even try, Angel, if you're just going to fall behind.
No,
because you're a man, and that means you have to fall behind.
Yeah, it's a narrative, and you might be letting yourself get influenced by the narrative, and then that impacts decision making. But like, okay, look at me, lead intuitive teaching to look at the sensor, right? But you gotta look like at the sensor and really think, okay, is this really happening?
I would say so. Yeah.
I hard disagree. I think we're seeing it move in the other direction because women are getting older and they're realizing that they, on average, I don't really have a problem with women being in leadership, but I think they're, from what I understand, I'd have to go double check my sources, but I think women are getting into leadership positions and then they're going, oh, I actually want to make a family and have kids, which is usually harder to do when you're in a leadership position because it turns out being a mom is a really time-consuming job. So right. I hard disagree, but that is kind of aside from the point. I don't necessarily want to argue about the data because I know you're raising a different point.
But just to expand on what you're saying, like I remember when Jordan Peterson wasn't crazy, he used to talk about that precisely. Like women. The reason why you can see women having certain roles that men have is because of that. And you know, again, I haven't looked at the data, so I can't be absolutely sure. But
wait, Jordan Peterson is crazy?
I think he's a bit crazy now.
Okay.
His older lectures before he like blew up and got famous were really good, but nowadays I don't really listen to him a lot. I don't resonate with a lot of what he talks about. But anyways, at least that intuitively makes sense to me. But then again, I didn't check any data, so again, I'm just talking intuitive.
Yeah, the reason why
like we're just gonna saturate the market with the ones, and like there might be a lot of one women. And that's just what's happening.
Maybe.
Like the leadership positions, like fours aren't going to try to be in leadership positions, men or women.
That's true.
But you're implying that there's more one women than men who are one?
No, just that it's not saturated with women yet.
Yeah. That's like a worldwide.
I think that guy's lazy, should just do it himself. That's what I think. He tried to get women to do his work for him. No, pull yourself up by your moccasins. Pull yourself by your moccasins.
Yes. Wait, so Angel, what about that stresses you out, or like what you said it was like a hit to your ego, but what does that have to do with you? I guess that's the confusing part to me. Like, if women are getting in this leadership position, to me, I'm just like, okay, that's cool. I'm gonna go do my own thing.
Well, I don't know. Going back to like what I was saying, like for me, it's more like demon and I, like the future stuff. Like that's what I'm always thinking about. Is like, you know, that's why I'm an INFJ, by the way. That's why I'm an INFJ, because I'm always thinking about the future and like how it's going to affect the people. You know, makes sense.
Would you say that it's like there's this narrative that will happen no matter what you do, and that makes you feel trapped in a way, and that's what maybe makes you anxious? Does that resonate with you at all?
My ego wants to say no, but the truth is yes. That's why I'm processing it and trying to like reconcile it.
Right. Well, the narrative is just a belief.
Well, I don't know. Well, considering that he was an elder,
I think fours as well. Like anyone in leadership positions just stresses us out anyways. Like, what? There's going to be people in leadership positions, and they might be like women, or they might be, I don't know. Like we're gonna have to listen to more people or different people, or how would you rebel against these leaders if they're women? We're not allowed to do that.
That's exactly what I hear too.
If they were men, we could rebel, but if now that they're women, we're not allowed.
That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, whatever that fear is.
That's how I sound.
Yeah.
I'm just processing it. Like, okay, but like, I know. I guess another thing. I'm like, I don't know. I'm just processing it. Like, what are the implications of that? How do we get there? How is it going to get there? Are we ready for it? Which I've concluded, no, we're not. But
we're not
how do
ready
you figure
for
that?
a lot of things.
Whoa! Wait, where are we getting this idea from? Not ready for what and how?
For women to take leadership positions,
we're not ready for it.
No,
I don't understand. There already are women in leadership positions.
Yes.
But I'm saying like an oversaturation of it. That's what I'm.
Wait, so what changes though? I'm so confused. I need more information here. What are you looking at that I'm not seeing?
You just want a good leader. You want a good leader that can fight for whoever they're leading.
I'm just thinking of like the cultural aspect, because like I don't like, because like I don't know. You always hear feminists saying, "Oh, we live in a patriarchal society," blah blah blah, and I'm just like, okay, yeah, sure.
You're the one who started talking about white people.
You know what's funny? You know what's ironic? Annie's in a leadership position right now. I mean, literally right now.
Oh, actually?
She is?
Yeah. No, she's a secondary panel host. So she's in a leadership position right now.
Yeah, you see the hierarchy of the panelverse. I know it.
My ego is getting hurt.
Hank's ego is hurt because Annie's above him.
Yeah, the only power I have is pushing the little button when someone comes in.
Yes, and that's
Annie, can you take Hank off screen, please? Can you do that and exercise your power? Take him off screen.
Yeah, go ahead. Do it. Do it.
No.
No,
I can't do that.
The matriarchy.
No.
But yeah, I don't know. I just this is what I'm thinking about, like what I'm processing. What are the implications? How are we gonna get there? I don't know. This is what I think about.
Ben agrees that you're a 4.
He also thinks you're an INTJ. Anyway,
I don't know what he is, honestly.
I would say INTJ.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I don't know. Anyway,
I'm pretty neutral on
INTJ. Yeah.
Oh, and also
I feel like it could fall either way.
Also, I think I'm starting to rant because I'm bored. But anyway, another thing is China's inevitable rise to becoming the next world power.
No. China's not going to rise. It's over for China.
Oh, this guy.
It's going to happen. It is going to happen.
No, I'm telling you, I was looking at the Chinese reproduction. They're not reproducing. We were talking about this the other stream.
Problem.
Yep.
Yes, I've been hearing a lot of that too, but then again, that might just be another.
They have a big demographic problem. They're not.
Tinnitus.
Going to get worse.
Tinnitus.
What I do know is that America will not be like, what is it? The first
world power.
Yeah, it's not going to be the world power for long.
Oh no, it won't be the world power. I guess it's worthless being an American now.
Yeah, exactly.
You might as well move to whatever country becomes the world power.
Precisely. Exactly. That's what I'm thinking.
Mandarin is hard to learn, apparently.
Yeah.
Tinnitus, how are you doing? Do you still hate EJs?
Did you call him tinnitus?
Tinnitus,
yeah. I think no, I never hated DJs.
Well, I think you said something like that. You alluded to it last time.
Oh,
that's interesting.
Maybe like stretched out or something.
Misinterpreted it.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we could teach you how to hate EJs. Would you like to?
Yeah.
No, I like EJs because I don't know. Like to me, it doesn't make sense why they get so angry all the time. It's really funny for me.
They get angry all the time. Okay.
Yeah, like every EJ I know on Discord is like a lol cow. Like most of them,
Discord,
it's so easy to trigger them.
That's Discord, though. They're all lolcows on Discord. Even when they're not lolcows.
Yeah, that's probably a Discord problem.
That's the okay.
Like I actually like EJs because they're very nice people.
They're nice people that get angry. All the time.
Yeah. Wait, what? How does that match?
That's
anger nice.
Well, I don't mind. I really don't care if someone's angry.
But that's not the problem. The problem is you said they're not like are they angry at someone else? Is that why you do you get angry with them? What's going on here?
I don't know. Like maybe they get angry at me or someone else. I don't really mind.
I like INTJs because they get angry at printers all the time.
You assume that I actually care if someone gets angry at me. Like I might enjoy it. You know, you never know.
No, I definitely wasn't assuming
we were
that.
literally not thinking about you.
I had a friend
Not
who
assuming
whispered.
anything.
You weren't? Okay, sorry.
No, we weren't assuming anything about you. Yeah. You were not on our minds. We forgot you existed until you came back.
Stop! You're causing
We
stress.
have no object permanence here.
Benjamin, you know what? I forgot that you existed this entire time.
Yeah.
I thought you were just a voice.
Good. That's good. That means I can hide.
Yeah.
No tribe. No tribe.
No
drama.
judgment.
They could be mad at someone else. They can kick someone else out.
Yeah.
They can
Anyway,
do
okay.
the voice.
Tenebris, I've given you a hard time. What are you up to? Why are you in here?
Because it's a secret.
Ah, secret. Okay.
I like that answer. I'll save it for later.
You know, I'm gonna go check the last live stream and see if you said you hate EJs or not. I need to fact check this.
He hates
might
his
be wrong.
EJs on Discord. I was there.
I might be wrong. My memory is pretty bad.
No, you said it.
Check
I
them on
was
the
there.
entry.
I was
Get the
there. You
receipt.
said you hate the EJs on Discord last week. Which is funny because I tested MBTI EJ, so but that's ironic. But we at OPS, no one knows what my type is yet. So, and that's so great. That's what's great about OPS. I could be all the types at the same time. It depends on who's testing me.
I know
you
your
can't be
type.
an intuitive in OPS.
Yeah, it's impossible to be intuitive in OPS, of course. I forgot about that.
No, for you, yeah, it's impossible.
Oh, for me, even though all the other tests say I'm intuitive because you define intuitive in a way that we actually don't even know what that is. I mean, I was there when we were debating what's the difference between NI and NE, and the conclusion is we have no idea.
Mm.
In OPS, at least, we have an idea in MBTI, but we have no idea in OPS what the difference is.
Hank, I've heard this before. This is getting boring. We need to change the subject.
I don't care. You can change the panel.
Well, no. I'm encouraging you to change the subject.
Oh, okay.
I'm a friendly friend encouraging you to change the subject.
I don't know where you want to go.
I heard something really cool on the radio this morning. There was interviewing kids that were going to a school where they learn. We have these like language immersive schools. Like my nephew goes to a Japanese school, so he's learning Japanese to speak Japanese. Wow. Anyway, they're interviewing this little kid, like a first grader maybe, who is going to a Chinese immersion school and learning Mandarin. And the interviewer asked the little boy, "What do you like about learning Mandarin?" And he said, "I like it because it's hard." And I was just thinking that in connection to the guy that was here before, Dragon's Neck, you know? Mm-hmm. Like that's like kind of a perceptual shift. Like when you can enjoy something because it's hard, like because it's challenging.
Challenges.
I can already tell you his answer probably ahead of time. He would probably say that he doesn't know what he enjoys. That's always a big problem. So
yeah, I've heard that too. But also if something's hard, like it seems like not wanting to embark on a big project because it's going to be so hard and overwhelming.
Yeah,
that's what she said.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh, I just remembered a joke. Russ is there's a lot of humor, but during the pandemic when they were, intubating people, like putting people on ventilators, he said, "Hey, you want to see my intubation equipment?" I don't know. You just reminded me of that.
It's a good pickup line.
Remembered that joke from 5 years ago. But yeah, I was just thinking about that lately, like how I have been appreciating having these little like sessions of time devoted to doing something really difficult. You know, like how like, oh yeah, that does feel good if you have a little bit. Like you don't want every day of your life to be like that, but having a little bit of that in, it's satisfying.
Yeah. You feel like you accomplished something.
Mm-hmm.
Since I'm a number 4, I wanted to throw this out too. I don't know if anyone saw it, but apparently Paul Logan, is it or Logan Paul?
Yeah, Logan Paul.
Logan Paul.
Paul Logan. Logan Paul has a new show called Paul American, and I do not know how to feel about that.
I don't care about him.
Huh?
He's a scammer. Who cares?
Yeah, I know.
Agreed.
I'm not gonna watch it, but I just happened to saw it because my friends, they were watching basketball, and I was just like hanging out with them, and then it came up, and I was like, oh, all right, that's kind of odd. Why would you want to call Paul American? But then I realized to push the, I don't know, American rhetoric. I don't know. Who knows?
Red pill.
Yeah, red pill crap. And I was like, all right, whatever. So, but yeah, just sharing my thoughts. That's stupid.
Angel.
Yeah.
Do you like? Do you like identify as American? How does that work?
That's a good question. Actually, that's sparked another thought. Have you seen Civil War? It's like a movie that came out last year.
Civil War? No.
Only Captain America.
Okay, well, there's a movie called Civil War. It's called that, right, man? Okay, but anyways, there's a specific scene where it's they're in the military and some people wander off. They get caught by these guys that were U.S. military. And for context, it's a civil war in America. So just keep that in mind.
It's a good context. I never would have guessed.
I would have guessed France. I'm sorry.
There's also a woman in it for more context. I see on the.
Actually, there is
in a leadership position.
Anyway, I'm joking. Anyways, there's a scene where it's a Mexican and an Asian dude, and they're like on their knees, and this white guy. He's pretty famous.
Those white guys again.
I don't remember. Anyway, I don't remember his name. No. Anyway, he has him at gunpoint. He's like, "What kind of American are you?" And like the most southern accent you can hear. Like, and then they're like, "We're American." He's like, "Well, okay. Well, where are you from?" And then the Asian guy, he answers like Vietnam or something like that.
Hong Kong.
And then he shoots him. And then they dump his body into this big dump where they put all these other, non-white Americans. And he asked the Hispanic dude, he's like, all right, well,
you're racist, Angel. You're really racist. All right, keep going.
and then but then that's whenever they save the guy and they kill the white guy and drive off. But anyway, all that to say, I've actually been thinking about that as well. Like, what do I identify as American? And honestly, I would probably say, like, sure, I live in America, but like, I don't relate to like white Americans, I guess you could say.
Me neither.
No.
Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. That's weird to me as well. Like, I'm not criticizing what you're saying. I'm just saying, like, I've heard that before, and it's so weird because like I see it as there's like so many different types of white Americans, so it's hard for me to even make sense of that. Like, what does it mean?
I don't think it's a native thing. I think it's a left mind virus thing that's invaded Angel's brain.
Could be.
Well, it's interesting you asked.
See, Nemo's agreeing. Look at him nod.
Yeah, I don't know what you're saying.
I'm just.
You've been tripping the past hour.
I'm bored. Okay.
Misogynist.
I'm bored. How am I being misogynist?
Yeah. I like it.
Well, I feel like you're usually entertaining, so it's okay. You can ramble.
Anyway,
Chris will allow it.
What was I talking about?
Yes, I will.
How you hate white
Americans.
I don't hate white. Oh no! So I had to write a paper about the American identity and how these books I've read frame identity within the American context. And one of them was written by an African American woman, and another one was written by Philip Roth. He's a Jewish American. And quite frankly, in each book, they use like the stereotype of like a white American to like portray that they don't fit the mold, if that makes sense. And so I don't know. That's just something I've been reflecting about. Like, okay, so then what is the American identity? And honestly, I think it's just a stereotype. At least that's been perpetuated.
Well, for you guys, it's a trap, right? Once you start identifying with America, that means you've abandoned your own national identity.
I suppose. I wouldn't know.
That's something I was kind of thinking of too, because I feel like in your position, I would be the same. Like I would go with what Benjamin's saying of because like you want to make that differentiation, and I think you should, quite frankly. I think it would be the smartest thing for your people to try to make that separation. So I feel like identifying, like I feel like the way I would have to look at it in your shoes is I would say like I'm using like America is a useful ally in some sense, but I'm not American. I think that's like the course I would go with. And saying ally might be a little bit too strong of just like, yeah, I use America for my purposes, but I'm sorry, I forget your tribe, but
Cheyenne.
Yeah, Cheyenne, that's right there.
Well, okay. I also agree with that. Like I wouldn't say that I identify as an American, but like if someone asked me like, are you American? I'd be like, sure, I live in America, so I guess. But like, do I hold the same beliefs? Probably not. I would
like
say.
If we were to ask you, are you Cheyenne or are you American? What would you answer?
I would say Cheyenne.
There you go.
Yeah, and I think that's the only distinction you really need, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I would think.
So if someone asks you, are you American? You wouldn't be like, well, technically I live in, say, no, I'm Cheyenne. I'm not American.
That's true. Good point.
Those can coexist, basically. It's not two things that you can be at the same time.
No.
I'm just asking.
If you're a traitor to your Cheyenne people, then yes.
Good point.
Yeah.
I think I've brought this up before.
It don't even sound right.
Cheyenne American. Well, it's Native American, but not
Cheyenne
American, Navajo American. Oh,
well, I don't know, but that leads to its own thing, because like there's also like a stereotype within like the Native community, like if you're an urban Native or if you're a res Native, like that. Well, the res Native, that's not even something you say, right?
You know, it's a stereotype from like 3 decades ago.
Yeah.
Nobody's like, oh, you're from the city. Oh, you're from the res. Nobody's.
Are you a house N-word or a field N-word?
Oh,
yeah, pretty much. Yeah, but for Native.
You could have got the N-word pass real quick and then said it outright.
Yeah, could have.
We know what he means. It's not a big deal.
All right.
But yeah, like I don't know, that on its own is its own topic, because like, yeah, like it's just a stereotype, and I don't think, at least within the younger population, like we don't actually like.
Nobody cares.
Yeah, we don't care.
So why would you bring it up if you don't care?
Yeah, why would you bring it up?
Why would I bring it up? Because it's still relevant. Because like,
for people over 40.
You know, well, they're not dead, are they?
Yeah.
Technically, people over 40 are technically dead. They're
not dead yet.
Yeah,
good point.
there you go.
Good point.
You can say that about anyone.
Wait, yeah, everybody dies, but not everybody lives. So they're already dead.
I've been meaning to ask this for a while. Tiago, what country are you from, if you don't mind me asking?
From that.
And that's where you were.
Province of Spain.
Okay.
You said Spain?
No. It's its own country, but it's like a meme for the Portuguese to say that we are a province of Spain.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I knew you're Portuguese.
I was gonna say, I thought you were from Portugal.
Yeah. But did you guess that, or did you hear me mention it?
You said that like 5 streams ago.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we got good food, but it's also
You have good beaches apparently too.
we have good beaches.
I'll come through.
Bitches too. Okay.
I know a couple of spots, not legal, not legally, but
Oh, who cares about the law? We're having fun.
I'll let you know when I'm in town.
Okay, hit me up.
Are you gonna go visit Portugal?
Wait, you're actually visiting?
I visit Europe eventually.
Oh, Europe is close to Portugal. It's pretty close.
Yeah. So
Portugal is in
it's
Europe.
right there.
You're trolling. Okay.
No,
yeah.
I actually took what you said seriously for a split second. I was like, "Fuck."
Yeah.
Well, actually,
Well, overlapping is a distance, so it's close.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got great beaches. I think
they don't like it when you call them that. By the way,
What are they called?
ladies, they don't like being called bitches.
Oh, right. Yeah. I was like, wait, what?
I was already laughing because I was seeing where the joke was gonna go.
Am I really misogynistic?
Yeah.
How?
What you said?
What did I say?
Okay, so I think Angel has his eye wrong. For women in leadership, that's just a prominent thing in like the native space. Like there's a lot of people under 30, and the majority of leaders that are under 30 are women. There's only like a few dudes, and that's because naturally natives are more left leaning, and so obviously we're going to take those ideals more.
You're naturally born left wing.
It's
genetic.
Yeah.
The culture.
The social, the status quo.
How do you measure that?
Yeah.
Well, I think the left has screwed you guys over just as much as the right, haven't they?
Well, yeah.
Yeah. And so that's why
they're just better at disguising themselves as friends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would agree.
Okay.
And so I think Angel meant that on behalf of like the native space, not the US or Venezuela or the whole world.
Well, no, I am saying that is what I'm saying.
The whole world.
I'm saying eventually that's where it's gonna go. Is the whole world.
Eventually.
Okay. I don't know when.
Okay. I don't know why it's a big deal, but
yeah, it's a big deal. Girls will be in charge, and then the world's over.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, it is.
That's not what I was trying to
You're hurting Annie's feelings.
I'm sorry, Annie. I didn't mean to offend. I offended you.
Annie smiles.
Yeah. No, I don't care. I just don't want to be in charge. But I think it's like, I mean, maybe it's just a phase or a trend. I mean, the pendulum swings back and forth, and like hopefully eventually we'll get to some point where, I mean, it'll probably just naturally even out.
Or we won't have misogynists picking at it.
Yeah, imagine if it wasn't an issue, if we didn't have to constantly like analyze gender politics, if like people just fell into their roles and everything naturally kind of evened out, and we just didn't have to talk about it anymore, you know.
I do see that as an American thing. All this.
Yeah, I was gonna mention
politics,
exactly what you're saying, Benjamin. You beat
Right.
me to it. I was gonna say like maybe it's just me, but clearly not. Benjamin is also seeing it. Like I think in the US, you guys are more take those things more seriously. Like I never frankly cared whether or not my leaders were women or men. I just care if they're competent, which in Portugal, unfortunately, they're not. But it doesn't really matter if they're.
Every country is going to say they're not. I don't know any country
Yeah. No, right now especially, like our government is getting dissolved again because we found out that our current leader was corrupt, and this shit just doesn't get anywhere. It's like you change people up and they're still corrupt. So it's like, okay, it doesn't really matter. Like at least personally to me, I never really paid attention to whether or not a leader was a man or a woman. I genuinely,
it
makes no difference. I understand that people might be like, okay, but
Hey.
America has not had a female president yet. So like most of the rest of the world has already had female leaders.
Yeah, in Portugal we haven't, but it's like since we're in Europe and like there's a bunch of countries, we're all more aware of that happening just in the close vicinity. Honestly, I just want competent leadership. not much
the
more.
Identity politics thing too. No one's talking about it anywhere else. It's like a big topic in the US.
Yes, it is. It is.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So yeah, you're a misogynist.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're a great brother, Mimo.
That was the whole NI that we were trying to.
He's a great younger brother. Yeah.
I still want to know what would stress Hank out on a question.
I
know about a question. Probably tribe crap. I'm misanthropic right now, so tribe garbage, whatever stupid thing. What would is top 50 whatever music you don't listen to? That'll stress me out because I don't care.
Maybe speed dating.
Yeah, I have an idea. What if Hank met a really cute girl that was really interested in him?
That would stress him out. Yeah.
Oh no, I guess if she's actually into me, I just put her on Genjutsu. As soon as I get a stalker, you guys are I just gotta take over whatever. Probably not the entire world, but I just take over whatever and just use them as a weapon.
Your stalker?
Yeah.
Stalker's a pawn.
Yeah, if I was a stalker, I'd put him on Genjutsu. I have a spell for that. But that's so a girl that actually like me, that's not a big deal. The girl that may or may not like me, I usually just don't even worry about it. It's not my issue. But yeah, just stop with the tribe. What does the tribe think about this? What they like? I don't really give a crap. That's that probably
like when you were in your maker space and you left. Was that was stressful?
Oh, absolutely. Right? Yes, I was accused of BS. I didn't even do. I proved their statement false. Then they tried to say, well, even though it was BS, we're gonna try to punish you anyways. And say, but I'm gonna take my crap and leave. You're not gonna punish me for something I didn't even do.
Yeah, they can punish you. Proof doesn't matter. It's the narrative that matters.
I'm taking my shit and leaving. There you go. How's that for a narrative?
Actually, I agree. The narrative matters more in terms of impact. I think that not necessarily in terms of correctness, but in terms of impact, the narrative matters more.
I think that could be proven by the whole Kendrick Drake thing going on. Like, I'm just saying, because like Kendrick made all these claims in his, raps, but no one actually knows if they're true. There's no actual facts to prove them.
Well, Drake would know if they're true or not.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Kendrick wouldn't.
Well, nowadays there's so much misinformation. You can just say, if you have a big platform and you're really confident when you talk, you can just say anything and you can start rumors, and people might even start even subconsciously believing in whatever it is that you're selling or saying.
For a little bit. But there's always nerds that can say, oh, you're making this crap up, I gotta bring you down. Like what happened to Illuminati. So that's pretty much her whole MO. But she got brought down because she did dirty stuff in the background. So it caught up to her.
Who? Sorry, I didn't.
Illuminati, she was a big YouTuber last year till she got caught just cheating. What she do? She abused her boyfriend / producer, and also she did unfair business practices when she was like a YouTube channel going after other people doing unfair business practices. So pretty much you could play dirty, but it will catch up with you. This karma just still works. Karma is in effect still.
Be right back.
All right. Yeah, I'm not denying anything you said, but another thing that I thought of was like sometimes you can hear just that people are being accused in court for something, and just that, can taint the reputation of someone, even if later down the line it might be proven that it was all false. But just the fact that it dissipated and grabbed people's attention, it changes people's views of the person just because there was an accusation, which again, an accusation doesn't necessarily mean anything.
Exactly. I mean, you know that guy who follows me around just go Peter Pogo. He hasn't got any convictions or any arrests. He just screams at everyone. So he has no credibility now. He's at a locale.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you really think I'm a 4? I really don't think I'm a 4.
Yeah, that's what we talked about all morning.
Maybe 4.
What are your self guesses, Angel and Memo? Memo? Sorry, no, I don't know if I'm saying it right.
Yours is pretty accurate.
I've typed myself as a tester, ESTP, consume, play, sleep, blast, last, and then all I know for sure is save your friends. I don't know if it's 4 or 2. I argue 2. He says 4.
You could be a 1.
Oh, or I could be a 1 because I like to flex a lot. So,
what do you flex? What would you say you flex?
Well, he sees it more. I'll let him.
It's not that he has to flex; it's that he's always having to compensate for his ego, which is why I think he's a 4. Everything, the game he's playing in his head is not about, I have to go do this and do that, or my OP. What he's worried about is, there's this chick, or this dude's taller than me, and stuff like that. He's constantly.
Whoa, we need a height reveal. How tall are you?
5'11".
6 foot, pretty much.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
What's that meter?
Like this dude, we were getting our real IDs this morning, and this dude stood up to do whatever, and he was like 6'7", and I looked over at Angel, and he just kind of went in like this, and I was like,
"Oh no!"
Like, why? Like, are you good? Like,
it wasn't because of that, but
yeah. So I was like, why'd you take an ego hit? Probably like, I don't know.
Well, I always lunge.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So stuff like that.
We got to be nicer to Angel. He's not going to come back anymore.
So yes, but all I can say for sure is I am not like lead specialist. I know that for a fact.
Okay.
Yeah.
As much as I talk about consciousness and objective personality and all that, I'm not number 3. I just know that I'm not a 3.
Okay.
I'm a 5.
Word.
And what about you, Mimo?
Well, I got typed by CRG.
Oh yeah, but outside of the
He wants to know what
the obvious type that you really obviously are.
Oh, okay.
In terms of like self-guess, if you had to guess anything.
So my 2 guesses, I guess the first one was INFP, lead, consume, play last, audio number 1. Or it's INTJ, lead, sleep, blast last, audio number 1. But what I can't prove is observer decider and play last, blast last.
Okay.
Yeah. Or OE and OI. Those are the 3 coins I can't prove.
Okay.
Yeah.
How would you go about like why do you think you're a 1? And I'm just curious, if you don't feel like answering it, just don't.
Just my image driven, like vision and image driven.
Okay.
And what I do know for a fact is I'm savior responsibility. That's like because I go.
You mean generalize?
Generalize, yeah. The word changed.
Generalize, yeah.
Because I have like the thing in Europe I was talking about is a future project I have to work on. I have to travel with my tribe to this veterans thing, but not even that. I was doing door-to-door sales in Utah, and then there was this leadership retreat I had to do in Palm Springs, and then a whole bunch of other stuff I can't think of. But it's just that's like a fact. I'm generalized, but to differentiate friends and flex is I'm more driven by like my vision, like Wakanda. Like I'm black. I'm the Black Panther. I want to be a demon slayer. Like my ego.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I was just curious.
Yeah. Wait. So what's your self guess?
Mine is the controversial self guess.
Why is that?
It's the NITI type.
Oh,
which that conversation generally doesn't it?
So what makes you go from OE to OI on NE?
Fear of the unknown, chaos, reacting in the moment, unpredictability, uncertainty, and the knowing actual behaviors that I had in the sensor when I was really little and that have consistently sort of to some level maintained themselves throughout my entire life up until now, that are based on that fear. And also kind of listening to people that over the years in completely different contexts have said the same thing about me, which is this like, well, one of the things that they mentioned is that I put a lot of pressure on myself, which is not OVOI. It relates to being double feminine, very pushy on myself. Maybe also being a specialist, but that's another thing. But a lot of like, it does attach itself to my perfectionism. And when I say perfectionism, I don't mean like, oh, I'm so great at doing stuff. No, I mean like I literally suffer a lot because I don't do anything, because the vision that I have in my head of how things should be is always so quote unquote demanding perfectionist, right? That I just barely get anything done in the sensor because it just takes too much work, and it actually negatively sort of impacts my life. That's one of the things that I've sort of been talking with my therapist for these few months.
Yeah, that's my big thing. I can't tell the difference between, well, I can, but not the difference between me, like my NI and NE.
So the way that I think about it is, and this is going to sound obvious, of course, but they're the same mechanism. Intuition is the same. NE is the same mechanism as NI. I have a friend where I'm really confident, even though this is just my guess, obviously, but I'm really confident that he's some ENFP, audio, consume, play, sleep, blast. And like I talk with him, and it's really interesting that we sort of get each other when it comes to like intuition. But then he trails off on more intuition, whereas on my end, I intuit the sensor. I narrow down the sensor. I establish some concepts. So it starts out NE-like, but then what I want to do is find the concept that explains all of the concepts. So I'm trying to reduce, for example, if I have 20 concepts, I want to boil them down to half, and then to half, and then to half, and then to half, and then ideally I just have one which explains.
That's not how NI narrows down concepts.
How do you think NI narrows down?
NI just takes a bunch of SE and throws it into a bucket and makes a concept. It doesn't take a whole bunch of concepts. It's like, okay, this is the concept. No, this is the concept. There's no bunch of concepts. There's just narrowing down to a single one.
The way that I put it is like, for example, you see a tree, right? And you think of a tree. A tree is sort of a conceptual representation of all the DSE sensor trees that you've ever looked at.
Archetype, yeah.
And then you can project that to any other concept that you have. So that's what I mean when I say a set of concepts. You have a set of concepts, which is the concept of a tree, the concept of an apple. But then what I do is I look at all of that and I boil that down to just an expression of one fundamental idea.
Yeah, so pretty much NI nails down the concept. It's like tagging. So yeah, so like you can organize files in objects, so you just tag the thing, and they just kind of categorize like that. It's pretty. You know what tags work, right? It's a text label you can query for. So that's all.
Yeah, I do that too. I also only apply the same category. In my case, I only apply the same category to everything. It's just that some things are sort of harder to explain in the ST why they are the expression of this one fundamental idea, and others are easier to explain why they are the expression of that same fundamental idea. But it doesn't change the fact that I tie everything down to the one same fundamental idea.
Yeah, it's like mine's like the dialectic pretty much. So
okay,
that's a fundamental idea. I tie everything down. The dialectic.
What do you mean by dialectics? Sorry.
So pretty much you start with the background, and then you just start dividing things into categories from the top of the tree. If you read Hegelian dialectics, it's like that. Or if you're a programming computer, you have the on and off of the electrical circuits, and you can describe anything you want to emulate with that.
Dialectic is a philosophical kind of conversation where you take one position, then you take the opposite position, then you synergize both positions at the end.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll tell you sort of my and I is the yin and the yang, and I think that's very closely related.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. So yeah, basically the NI that I think is the expression of everything is my profile picture, essentially. And I kind of look at life like that, you see that everywhere. Like I see that in the micro, I see that in the extremely micro, in the nano, I see that in the macro, I see that at all levels. It's like I tie it down. Again, Benjamin might want to say that this isn't the same. Okay, sure, but like I look at, for example, when he talked about entropy in his videos, and I think that's another expression of the yin and the yang. It's this idea of again, it's negative versus positive, information that's more concentrated versus less concentrated information. It's this, when I say yin yang, that's also synonymous with saying distinction, right? The fact that things are distinct in itself is why the universe sort of exists, in my view, at least. And you can tie that to a lot of things.
Yeah, it's mine too.
Yeah. And again, we can talk about, when I say set of concepts, like I can talk about the concept of a tree, but I see that as like something that branches out from always this same idea.
Yeah, and there's a lot of different kinds of trees. Like you can talk about the plant tree, or we could do the mathematical data structure tree, and so there's a lot of kind of trees.
Yeah, it's always this idea that for you to have something, whether it is metaphorical, physical, whatever, you need to implicitly assume that there is no thing. Okay, for something to exist, there needs to be lack of things. So you're automatically assuming distinction in the universe.
You need contrast for anything to exist.
Yeah.
And you need more than one thing too, because otherwise, where are you going to exist relative to what?
Jay came on. He's going to tell us how we're all wrong.
Yes, tell me how I'm wrong. Why don't we need two things to have anything to exist in the universe?
Why? What?
So I think you need more than one thing in a universe for anything to exist, because existence is relative. How am I wrong?
Yeah, existence is relative. Yeah.
I completely missed what you said. You gotta say it again.
Yes. So one thing existed in the universe by itself, it won't exist because there's nothing for it to exist with. So you need at least two things for anything to exist, because they'll exist relative to each other.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Yeah,
it's just
sure.
like duality. Like you can't perceive. We can't perceive anything outside of duality,
I agree.
right?
I'd say,
But I
sorry.
mean, I feel that or see that just as much as you do, but it doesn't mean that I have an
a lot of the
eye. I
time
mean,
in the water we're swimming in, that like we don't realize, because we're all in water. We don't realize that we're in water. So you need land to realize water.
Mhm.
So the fact that there is land doesn't make there water. It only lets you recognize the water.
Yep.
It's contextual.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And like, sort of my way of looking at things is like life in all its complication. It's just a very complicated set of divisions and separations and dualities, some of them overlapping with each other. And it really depends on how you're looking at things. I can give an example finally. Let me try to give an example. So, for example, when you measure something and you have a unit or a variable.
I would like to, before you continue, I would like to correct that's how cognition works and not necessarily how reality works.
So my current theory of it is I've puzzled for that a bit because it seems a bit paradoxical, because you do need consciousness to recognize any form of representation. But for you to be conscious, there needs to be a separation between the conscious entity and everything else that is not that conscious entity. So you need to have dualism before consciousness. That's the conclusion that I've reached currently. So I put dualism first, and then consciousness right up second when it comes to like explaining the universe. And then once you have consciousness, you can have all of your representations of the universe. That's at least how I see it. Sorry, you were saying
Well,
something.
you gotta be careful with that dualism, because a lot of people think when you say dualism, they'll imagine you have the physical stuff, then you have magic other stuff that doesn't interact with the physical stuff, and that's not the kind of dualism you mean.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I should. You're right. You're totally right. I should be careful with that. When I mean dualism, I mean the fact that there is separation, but that doesn't mean that things are binarily separated. So for example, in this, it's not just the binary bits, zeros and ones. It's, for example, think of how a real number works. You know, you have minus infinity, plus infinity, and you get an infinite amount of points between those two extremes. Both of those variables, the binary one and the real number, are expressions of dualism.
Exactly.
They both belong in the set.
No, I'm getting it. It's just such a convoluted example that it's no one else is going to get it.
I got it.
Yeah.
But I shouldn't get it because I have no NI, of course.
Well, okay. So going all the way back to NE and I think everything you just said, Tiago, was actually just TI, because that's what, to me, that's what my TI is doing, regardless if I have NI or not. Like, that's just what TI is doing. It's, and I don't know, maybe Ben will agree in his own words, but it's basically just TI trying to rationalize what the truth is.
Well, no, because these derived from just observations, though.
Where I disagree is, I agree with you that it is TI, it is NITI, but I disagree with on the part of, okay, but what is the information that is actually being produced by that TI? And this information is a very simplified pattern that in my mind, sort of explains everything that happens in the sensor.
Yeah, exactly.
In my mind, and this is my view of things currently, okay? But this is why I justify my guess, basically.
Okay, I can respect that.
I'll tell you why I think it's not NI. This is a big NE mess, and I don't even know where to start.
Well, we should start with Lao Tzu.
I don't know where to start. This is a big mess. It's a big mess that you've made here. Nothing's ordered.
It's pretty clear to me. It's thinking like a tree.
So that means you must not have NI.
No, but go ahead.
Means that you must not have NI.
Maybe I don't have NI. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because at least when I do the MBTI test, it always says I have NI, and near the top of my stack. So,
what do you think, Jay? He has an eye because the NBA TI test tell him he has. That makes sense, right?
About who?
about
Hank.
me,
Hank has an eye because the tests tell him so.
yes.
I don't trust anything Hank says.
Oh.
Sorry, Hank.
Good
I
move.
just don't.
Good move.
That's a smart man right there.
48 laws.
How you been, by the way, Jay? How's life?
I'm doing good. I'm just hanging, waiting for dinner to be ready. But yeah, Tiago, like, are you the same Tiago who came into my server like 3 years ago, 2 years ago?
I'm not sure. I have terrible memory. That is a question that I literally cannot answer. Sorry.
That's what most people say when they've been in my server.
I genuinely don't remember. So.
Okay. All right. Well,
I might
never mind.
have.
It sounds like TI. I agree with them, but I mean, it doesn't sound like NI to me at all. Like, none of it did. I mean,
Yeah.
you think any TI?
So, what does it sound like? Can you give me an example?
He's well, I mean,
My God, Hank's gonna make you prove it because Hank needs proof because he's a censor.
I know he needs proof. I mean, I don't have enough.
Yeah,
data.
no, because the Twitter would just take anyone's word for whatever claim they would want. That's why they just agree to every conspiracy theory, right? All Twitter just believe every conspiracy theory you hear, right?
But I'm not agreeing to anything. no, Ben,
good move.
That's how you get caught when people go right. You know, I just don't agree with the rights. It's like, no, not right. Tiago, how old are you?
24.
Oh, okay. Well,
Are you 24, Tiago?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
He's young, so. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I TI is clear, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with a lot of the functions that they give me. You know, I do have masculine TI. TI is a big thing for me. It's personal. But, you know, the rest, I disagree on the differences, basically, which is okay.
Whatever Nico has, you have. So if Nico's NI, you're NI.
I mean, I'm not going to pretend like I'm blind to the fact that I kind of look like him. But I don't think,
or that, like, when you guys start talking, you lose everybody else and you just keep going.
I didn't notice that. Did that happen?
He didn't lose everyone else. He lost just you and
Okay.
And
Fine.
the other guy.
But like, to me, you know, I don't look at just the physical. I try to like understand why, you know, and I don't, from my point of view, which is very subjective, and I do acknowledge that, and that's why I always tell people this is just my self-guess. But currently, I just don't see how I'm wrong. I know this sounds very blunt and very, what's the word? I forget the word. But I just for some time now that I really haven't had any doubts over my type. And I'm not saying this because I'm denying other people's guesses. I enjoy it to have other people's feedback. You know, I might be wrong. It just doesn't it doesn't correlate. Like I've gotten like 100% on people during the class on people who were the exact same type that David Chen gave me, and I've gotten 100% on I can only remember one. I don't know if there was more than one. No, only one person. That was NITI C++ Consume, which is my self-guess. And I've had my opportunity to see both and type both correctly. And I lean to my self-guess. I've been leaning to my self-guess, and that's it basically.
Well, you're clearly a consumer.
Typology for?
Sorry?
How long have you been studying typology?
Typology in general or just OP?
In general.
I started with OP. I started in 2018. Was at the time when they sort of rebooted their YouTube channel. That was when I started. So I started with MBTI. I did a test. I was like, I resonate a lot with this. I got emotionally invested. But then I realized that like, okay, but wait, I'm emotionally invested in this, but you know, this is wrong. You know, I gotta understand why I'm emotionally invested in this. And so I started on a rabbit hole, and then I found like people like Frank James, yes, Joseph, and then one day, like randomly, it appeared on my YouTube recommendations. He was called the channel was called Dave Superpowers back then, And that was basically when I started. It was around that time, and I've been following them ever since.
Yes, and everyone else pops out right down. Me and my, I guess, ex-girlfriend now, to know the right type, it's just a small 4 easy page with 1995, and we'll figure something out.
Tiago, tell me how you typed yourself.
Noticing my fears and my anxiety.
That's really bad. Oh, sorry, that was a bit blunt.
Go ahead.
So you're supposed to go coin by coin, you know that.
That's what I did, but via fears and anxiety.
Okay.
So, for example, if I'm in a moment and I notice, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Like, if I'm in a moment and I feel anxious, I then later go digest why I was anxious in that moment.
That's really bad because I wait. Let me. I think I know why, but let me think. I mean, I get anxious about pretty much everything, regardless if it's a savior or demon.
Me too.
Sometimes it swings, right? Sometimes it just swings.
Yeah, but
that's a really bad way to do it.
My anxieties are, so how would I put this? I can say, or I can notice in what contexts I'm more anxious. And it's always in play and consume. So, for example.
Okay, so why have you been consuming this entire time?
Why do you think what I'm doing right now is consuming?
Because you've been doing Savor Consume for like the entire time I've been here. All you've been doing is consume. Like, I haven't seen a lot of Blast. I've seen some Blast, not a lot.
Well, do you want to listen to what I think?
Well, saying what you think is consume.
Saying what you think is consume.
Yeah. It does depend, though.
Why?
Because the way you're talking is very consume-like.
Well, I don't jump in like freaking.
There's no direction to anything what you're saying, which is what the consumers do. Primarily.
I disagree, but okay.
So you could still be an NITI, just not a Saber Blast.
I mean, I don't see it that way. In terms of like, so you're saying Blast because you're expecting someone to jump in and just immediately give lessons. I see your point.
No, I all I'm saying is that consume is a saver for you because you're doing it way more, generally.
But why? Because I haven't been talking for the majority of the conversation?
No, you have been talking. And you have been talking a lot of consume.
What is talking a lot of consume in your definition?
Like unguided information, just like information. Just random information.
I don't see it as random. I concluded it to one fundamental principle that explains everything.
Yeah, and I also...
But that's still consume. That's still sleep or consume. So that's sleep or consume. One of those two. It's not Blast. It does depend, though.
I love OP because everyone has their own.
But
my explanation is a bit simplistic. My explanation was a bit simplistic, but I think the direction is correct.
I will admit that no matter what my beliefs are over my type or whatever, like I will admit that this is difficult in OP because personally I do feel like these coins are real, but these conversations happen and it's like okay, maybe OP isn't that real because we can't really reach a consensus.
Exactly.
So yes, I do feel frustrated over that. Again, I'm not, in terms of like giving you a answer, that proves my point.
What you're reminding me of right now is people with masculine TI who like it was impossible to convince them. It just wanted to say that. Like I know a few people with masculine TI, and it's just crazy. Like you can say anything. Like they have like they have like some argument in their back pocket or something.
So the issue is that you're bad at debating. Of course, that's the issue. It's a skill issue.
No, bro, it's impossible to convince them. It's impossible.
Then how? Diego, have you ever changed your mind in your life?
No, you can convince them. It's just not worth my time.
So Diego, have you changed your mind?
I mean, I can give you an example that immediately pops up in my head, but I want to say that's a general pattern for me.
Yeah, so you're saying you change your mind at least one time in your life?
Yes, Hank. I changed my mind at least one
Debunked.
time.
See, debunked that notion.
But I see what Tenebris. Sorry, I don't know if I'm saying correct. I see what you mean. It is, but from my point of view, it's like I need to agree with the information. That is why I'm so stubborn. And it does happen. It does happen a lot. Until I agree, I can't.
Yeah, to be honest, it's my fault because, like, how am I supposed to convince you if I don't even want to as a Saber TI? Like, I'm not responsible to like explain this shit to you. Like, as a Saber TI, in my opinion, that's what I've noticed. Like, you need some Saber TE to like babysit you. Like, same with me, right? I don't want to swallow some other Saber TI's like bullshit. Like, I want some TE person to like offer me many options, and I want to like come to the conclusion. Like, I think every Saber TI hates this. Yeah, everyone does, I think, of the Saber TIs.
I do resonate with like, I have my own thinking and just leave me alone. That kind of vibe.
Like, let's assume someone is like some genius. I will not be happy for like if someone finds out the one TI that's true. I would be extremely angry at them.
If your TI was different than that TI.
Yeah, I would just be angry and like.
I agree completely.
I hate you, but like they would have to present it in a TE way for me to like grab it. I think
you have to
probably.
agree with it. You have to agree with it.
No, like I prefer to just figure it out by myself. Like sort of like
but that's what I mean by that.
I don't know, man. I think I'm going on a tangent, but like whatever.
But I see your point. It's like figuring out something by yourself. In my wordings here is the same thing as saying that I have to agree with it.
By the way, Tiago, something I've noticed is that the Saber FEs will like bother the tribe. Like they will, the Saber FEs, they will go to the tribe to figure out their TI, right? They will like, oh guys, please agree with me so that I can like sleep with so that I can be alone with my TI. Please like confirm my TI, right? Like if you're Saber TI, you're probably not gonna bother the tribe with like, oh guys, please agree with my little TI here. Please give me approval. Like the Saber TIs probably don't do that. Something I've noticed with the Saber FEs a lot. They will like beg the tribe. They will like annoy the tribe until they're bored and disagree with them.
Yeah, because they're trying to get validation for their thinking.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know.
They're like really insecure about the TI, but they won't admit it. They will just be like, yeah, they will like not admit that they're just trying to get approval. Like they won't admit that.
Yeah, I've seen that happen too with
they will just argue. They will just like they will like engage with the tribe. Yeah, I don't know. Like I
see what
I got an example. Jack Talcott. He's could you be wrong about that?
I feel like this is what you're doing right now. Like I feel like you're a bit insecure about your TI.
Who, me?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
That's just a random analogy, though. That's like I'm not really typing you. That's not really professional for me to do.
No,
that's something that reminded me.
Of course, I'm not paying you. I'm paying Benjamin.
I might be wrong. And
no one's paying me anything.
No, I've got to pay you right now. Look at this.
No, don't pay me. It's okay. Keep your money. You need it.
Fine, I'll keep it.
You know, knowing OPS, it's really funny to see like these people say they know themselves and then completely mistype themselves. It's really funny on Discord. Like that's one of those like amazing moments for me. Is that related to Flex?
Probably.
When I'm like happy that other people are like worse than me or something.
Tenebris, how can we type you if you have all of the functions mastered?
Wait, so I have. I wouldn't say that.
It's tight. It's preferences.
Well, you did say that.
Observe.
You did say that. You said you're the superhuman and you have all the functions mastered.
Because the preferences.
When did I say that?
Last stream.
I forgot. Doesn't
just
matter.
Just after you said you hated EJs.
Even if you mess with functions, he has preferences.
Because I forgot the sensory doesn't exist anymore.
Okay.
That's how we type. We typing based on his preferences. This is basic stuff.
Oops.
What if you don't have preferences, Hank?
I never. Well, then you're inanimate.
No, then you just don't have preferences.
No, you're inanimate.
Where did Jay go?
Oh, he left. He said he was bored.
No, makes sense.
No leverage here. We got Diego and I got this thing airtight.
You joined teams with Diego now? What's going on, Hank? What's this
He joined teams because he just wanted to piss everybody off.
Yeah.
He figured that was the best way to do it.
Yep.
So just based off of my own observations, Tiago, like, sure, you were talking kind of about the same topic for like a while, but you were jumping around quite a lot, so it's hard for me to tell if you're like OI or OE. And on top of that, you were trying to prove a point. Which would make
I could follow with the skill issue.
Sure, you're suggesting that me trying to prove a point is a sign that I'm not confident in my own TI by myself?
No. I think when if you want to prove a point, you're going to be a bit more focused on that naturally, but you are not very like you are jumping around a little bit, but you were also on the topic, so it's hard to tell for me which one is like it's an OA or OE.
So from my point of view, it's like this. Like I feel certain on the things that I mentioned. What I fail sometimes is at clearly communicating them.
Well, it depends. It's depending who you're communicating with. So if you're trying to teach a kindergarten class, we'd probably do it differently than if we're trying to just say what our model is to someone who's like an expert. So it's kind of a different approach.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I'm also not used to explaining sort of my worldview to people, so that might be a contributor to me taking longer.
That's a sign of Demon Blast, by the way.
I just don't see the relevance in telling people what I think.
Yeah, that's Demon Blast. There you go.
I don't really.
Wait, am I wrong?
Well, we can't say you're wrong because everyone has their own OPS system. So you're right in your own special way.
I don't see it like that. I have my own worldview, but I basically just keep it to myself.
Okay.
I mean, I've been telling my worldview for like a couple years, and people still don't understand most of it because they don't really. They just in the tribal, just do whatever the tribe tells them to do.
Hey, good evening, Untrackable. So this is your birthday party, Mimo?
Yes. Yeah.
That's sad.
4 hours sitting here.
That's sad. You're hanging out with nerds on your birthday?
Damn, I'm only noticing the YouTube comments now. Okay.
It's all right.
It's all right. You're good.
Don't worry about the peanut gallery.
So what are your plans for this year? What are you gonna do this year? What are you gonna accomplish in this year of your life? 21.
A whole bunch of other random stuff. Like, yeah. Well, for now, it's just the veterans thing in May. So, yep.
So you're not going to be King of Wakanda this year?
Not yet.
Right.
Wait, actually, I'm actually running for a regional rep for their youth, the Native Youth Council.
So it's a stepping stone. It's a
We're working our way up the ranks.
There you go.
Yeah. And that's in July. Yeah.
And Angel's your political ally?
Yeah, until he
even though he's a misogynist? It's okay.
He utilizes the 48 laws, so he's a wild card.
Okay.
He's a wild card. He's crazy.
The funny thing about the 48 laws is that there's only 8 actual laws in there. The rest have what he calls reversals.
Right.
Garbage.
Law of duality. I thought you said that's real though, and everything has to exist. Like have to have its duality.
Well, so if you have a reversal to your law, then that law is just the suggestion.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll see. Yeah, because either I do this or I just go to sleep. So
yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
it's either that or sleep.
Yeah, so might as well do something. Yeah. So.
Or watching anime.
Yeah.
We were watching BoJack Horseman because I haven't seen it yet, and he wants me to learn what an INFP is. So,
I guess. Yeah.
So, FI DOMs have liked me for the most of my life. Does anyone know why?
I could not imagine why anyone would like you. Sorry.
Okay. So, like, imagine it for me because it's truth.
Okay.
Truth is just a feeling.
Why they like you have people in your life that are FI DOM. That
there's actually quite a lot of FI DOMs who just like they look at me and say, "Oh, this one, I'm gonna befriend this one." That's what they did in my life. That's all. That's what I always do.
That's okay. So it sounds a little woo, but like that's what I've seen.
No, that has happened.
No, yeah, it's real. Yeah, because that's what I've seen with me and SCFEs and like or SCTI. Like I just everywhere I go, no matter what, like I befriend SCFEs and SCTIs. Like I don't know why, but yeah, I believe you. Like I don't know what it like. I think with me personally, it's just that it's something that it's a void, regardless of my type. It's something just something I come across in my path. So, yeah.
They probably think I'm like an ISTJ or something. I don't even know.
Maybe. Well, now you got me thinking because I thought I was the only one just being weird. But yeah.
Also, is that Tenebros? Like the Star Wars Tenebros?
No.
Oh.
Oh, damn. It was close. It was close, though. It was close.
Is that your actual name?
Yeah. Yes, that's his actual name.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Oh, wow. So you're actually a Jedi.
I want to call my child a tongue twister. That's what I want to do.
He's a Sith?
Yeah, Tenebros was the Sith.
That way no one can ever call their name.
That's where Palpatine became... Yeah, Tenebros was Palpatine's master. And then Palpatine killed Tenebros.
I thought it was Plagueis.
Oh, my fault. Yeah, Plagueis. Yeah, Plagueis killed Tenebros.
Oh.
Palpatine killed Plagueis.
So you're a Sith.
No, they don't necessarily have to be a Sith. Like most likely they're not, but they're definitely a Dark Jedi.
they're Sith, Hank. I'm sorry, but they're Sith.
Tenebros. That's a cool name, though. I've never came across a Sith before. It's legend that they've died 1,000 years ago. So,
is it normal that you need to stretch muscles when they grow? Otherwise, they will be. Otherwise, they will be like really constrained or something.
Yes. David Goggins never stretched until he is in his 50s, and his whole body is just like twisted up and like tight. He goes yeah. So
I'm so confused. What's going on?
Yeah. We're any jumping.
Oh, okay. Any jumping. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, going back to looking up to idols, like if I forgot what we were talking about, but like if you was to see George Lucas go whatever.
And, have his freak offs?
Yeah. Like that's how it'd be with like what were we just talking about?
Tenebros, Plagueis, Palpatine, Sith.
After that. Oh, David Goggins. Yeah. David Goggins was one of those. He was my
Palpatine didn't stretch?
Well, no, like he's like my first idol. Like, and he's still a good person. He's like a really good person. Don't get me wrong.
Palpatine's a good person?
No, Goggins. David Goggins. Yeah. Like he was like my first kind of somebody I looked up to, but then like then he's kind of like has a bunch of, he's not a bad person, he just has some sort of like downfall. So it's like, okay, he can only take me so far.
So I wake up before he does, so I don't take him seriously.
Yeah, I guess.
But then it was West watching, and then
why don't we go around and have everyone say some kind of final thought? I'll start. Tiago, you are any dumb.
I was completely shut off from the conversation. Okay, I am an any dom, right? Okay.
No, I don't know.
Just
want to say happy birthday to Mimo. Thank you all for coming. Appreciate you guys. And have a good week.
Mimo.
All right.
Annie, do you want to say something before we jump off?
I'll say something. I'm going to the Machine Lies right now. He's running a panel right now, so I'm going over there. I'll put a
Sweet.
So just look up the Machine Lies. That's where you find me next. So sure. I can't drop the link, but I'll put a link in the back. I got a link in the back for you.
All right.
Perfect.
Yeah, my mind's pretty blank. It's sunny. I'm gonna enjoy the sunny weather because it's gonna start raining again tomorrow.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Enjoy. Taking your dogs out?
Nah. Well, Russ already took the little one for her play date, and then the old guy is just too old. It's so slow. He can't go very far.
Oh no, they left.
Tenebros
didn't want to say anything.
No.
All right, Angel and Mimo, let's go.
Oh, all right.
Demon Slayer.
Nice.
I'm gonna NF blast and say be grateful. Have a good one.
All right, Tiago.
Remember, for every bad situation that you have, that's just the potential for good, and vice versa. Whatever, some dualistic crap.
Duality, yes. Okay.
Yeah, duality.
Why are you guys?
Okay.
Why?
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Thanks for coming again.
Thank you, Tiago.
Have a good week.
Bye-bye.
Bye.